Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are recording this on June 19th. Please make sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please click the links that are in the description of this video and make sure you subscribe. Also, ask your social media to follow me. Share the links. And if you could, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I have. We're going to be talking about how to stack them to improve your health, but the primary purpose of this video is to discuss what's going on with Iran and the potential military operations that Trump is planning from the perspective of analysts looking at the situation, either international journalists or international strategists, and then I'm going to also parlay that with a very unique perspective, all right, that you probably have not heard before. So with that, let's go with this video that came from Times Radio. Trump to drop bombs on Iran in race for glory. So let's just listen in here.
Trump saw how well Israel was doing. Donald Trump tried to jump at the front of the parade to claim credit for it. Trump doesn't want to be caught flat-footed again, so he's going to put himself in a position where he'll probably make the call to drop those bombs.
Israel and Iran have both carried out further attacks tonight. A meeting in the White House Situation Room has now ended. We've yet to heard any outcome of the decisions. This evening, the president said the Iranians do want to meet him to discuss the conflict.
They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end, they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. I would even come to the White House, so we'll see. I may do that.
Well, President Trump again stressed that the French president, Emmanuel Macron, was wrong when he suggested that Trump wanted a ceasefire.
He said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Well, earlier, Iran's supreme leader warned President Trump of irreparable harm if the US gets involved. And tonight, Iranian diplomats said no Iranian official has asked to grovel at the gates of the White House. Let's talk to Joe Walsh. He's a former Republican congressman and host of the podcast, The Social Contract. Good evening to you, Joe.
Harold, good to be with you.
Well, it's great to have you with us. President Trump sending out conflicting signals, nothing new there. What do you make of what you're hearing?
Yeah, this is always obviously right. The danger with Trump. He's kind of an idiot, and he lies every time he opens his mouth. So it's always dangerous to analyze anything he says. I don't think he's leading this thing. I think Israel is doing what Israel believes they have to do. And I think Netanyahu and Israel have convinced Trump to probably use U.S. help to take out Iranians' nukes.
So, I mean, what we heard from the Wall Street Journal tonight, Trump told senior aides in this Situation Room he'd approved attack plans on Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. What do you make of that, Joe?
Again, I don't think Iran's going to abandon anything. I don't know. Well, I don't really believe anything Trump says. I think the decision's been made. I think that's been clear. I don't think Donald Trump wanted Israel to begin this phase, this attack, this war against Iran, once Trump saw how well Israel was doing, Donald Trump tried to jump at the front of the parade to claim credit for it. Trump doesn't want to be caught flat-footed again, so he's going to put himself in a position where he'll probably make the call to drop those bombs.
President Trump will also be very well aware of the deep divisions within the Republican movement on this issue, won't he? With the conservative hawks wanting US strikes on Iran's uranium enrichment facilities, and some of the MAGA isolationists basically wanted to stick to the campaign pledge not to get involved in foreign wars. Do you think that he will be listening to voices on either side in that argument?
No, because on this one, Trump knows that his support is all because of him. His support is not ideological. His supporter, there's no philosophy behind the people who support him. Trump knows they support him. It is a cult. My former political party is a cult. Trump can do anything and say anything. He could be pro-life one day, pro-choice the next. He could be a neocon one day and an isolationist the next. And damn near all of his supporters will stay with him because it's all about him, the man he is. And Trump knows that. So Trump knows he could do anything here with Iran, and he's really not going to lose any support among his base.
But he would, if you're right, and President Trump does go ahead and authorize the US to get involved, perhaps with stealth bombers on some of those nuclear facilities. Do you think that he will be conscious of the fact that during his election campaign, he said he was going to take the US out of foreign wars rather than getting involved in another one?
No, because again, that's why it's just a fool's errand to listen to or believe anything he says, right? He said during the campaign he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. I mean, I understand that a lot of people believe him. We've never, ever, ever in America, ever had a politician who lies as much as Trump does. Trump does this on purpose. He knows he can say anything to his supporters and get away with it. He knows it's generally a cult of personality. So I'm assuming he's going to go in and do what he needs to do to help Israel and Iran, and he'll find a way to lie about it or fudge about it, knowing at the end of the day that his people will stay with him.
Can he really do that without going to Congress, though?
I just want you to know that it's not necessarily true that I agree or disagree with some of the things that I'm going to be playing, all right? But when I do play the last video, it will blow your mind because it will show on how the lack of intelligence of some of these people, all right? We're going to go to like a new level of intelligence when I play the last video on this in this series here. All right, so let's just continue.
Well, he shouldn't be able to do that, right? But again, as I say often, about 90% of what Donald Trump has done in the past 5 months, he doesn't have the constitutional authority to do. But we here in America, we haven't had a Congress. We really have not had a Congress. Trump's not supposed to be able to enact tariffs, impose tariffs around the world. That is the responsibility, the authority of Congress. So again, that doesn't matter here because this is what America looks like without a Congress.
We were talking just a moment ago, though, about those differences that there are even within the Republican movement. You may have heard this, some of our listeners may not. This is Tucker Carlson questioning Senator Ted Cruz. Let's have a quick listen to that.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, I mean, when you listen to that, what do you make of what you're hearing there, Joe?
Two despicable men who differ on on support for Israel and on what the United States should do. But this is the point. No matter what Trump does, whether he walks away right now from Israel, or whether he bombs Israel, or whether he engages in regime change in Iran, here's the point. Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz will both support Donald Trump. They represent different wings of the Republican Party. But at the end of the day, even those two disparate men, no matter what Trump does, they will continue their support of Donald Trump.
What we've been hearing, though, is that if military action is authorized, this won't be about regime change. This will simply be about attacking Iran's nuclear facilities, trying to ensure that it cannot make a nuclear weapon.
That I'll tell you what, Carol, that had better be all it is. It had better be just the United States dropping a handful of these bombs to take out Iran's nukes, and that's it, and then we're done. If it's any more than that, if there's any hint of an attempt at regime change, oh my God, we've been down that road before in Iraq. That was an utter disaster, and that much American involvement.
I think that what's going to happen is the B-2s are going to drop the bunker busters. It will be a series of bombs because one bunker buster isn't going to be able to penetrate all the way through. So they're going to have to do a series of them. So maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 2 runs, but they have air superiority, so it's not that big of a deal. The other option, which most likely would be less successful, would be actually Israel using ground operations to actually go into the facility, fight their way through, blow it up. But that's almost a suicide mission. So most likely the bunker busters will take hold and blow up the facility. But the thing is that it has to be coupled with regime change. And regime change does not mean boots on the ground. The way that I would do this is you would destroy their nuclear facilities with the bunker busters, knock out their missile capability, which Israel's doing on a daily basis right now, and kill the Ayatollah. Now, the United States doesn't have to do that. Israel can do that. Once the Ayatollah is killed, the military apparatus, which is really the powerful arm of the government, all right, it's keeping the secular society in check, that's already being eliminated. So toppling the Ayatollah and allowing for democracy to flourish in Iran. Now, to stabilize elections, to stabilize the society, you have to be able to get Iran plugged into the world economy right away. Make sure goods and services are flowing in and out. They're selling oil or energy products, and they get food and goods that they need to weather this transition. The World Bank comes in, the IMF comes in. There's some guarantees that the United States and Saudi Arabia come in to stabilize the nation, and you actually have true secular democracy in Iran. That's where this is going. Now, this Joe Walsh, all right, he doesn't sound like he's a Trump supporter, okay, but he falls in line with the pacifists. And I'll tell you, the pacifists are wrong on this. The pacifists were right with Iraq. We went into Iraq under false pretenses, post 9/11, for sure. This is different. This is different. And someone would say, well, how is it different? They actually have 83% enriched uranium. Saddam Hussein didn't. All right, that's the difference. And they have stockpiled a lot of 60%. For a country to stockpile 60% in the quantities that Iran has, it wouldn't be for a civilian purpose. It would be for a military purpose. There's the difference. People need to wake up. We cannot allow for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Now, the Iranian people, the secular people, they don't like the government they're under. So Israel's actually doing something in the benefit, not just of Israel, but of Iran and the Middle East at large. Israel is actually giving a gift to the world by getting rid of the theocratic regime of Iran. So Joe Walsh not willing to knock out the Ayatollah, I think is a failed policy. So leadership isn't about being a pacifist. Leadership is about taking risks, calculated risks, but risks. Trump's not perfect, but I'll tell you, if he does this, he drops those bombs and gets rid of that nuclear program, and the Ayatollah is decapitated, and that democracy has a chance to flourish in Iran, Trump will go down in history as the most consequential president of the United States. Right up there. If he's not, he's right up there with Washington and Lincoln. There's no doubt about this in my mind. Now, the last video I played, you'll understand why I say this. But Joe Walsh is a pacifist. And being a pacifist led us down this road to 83% enrichment of uranium in Iran. So Joe Walsh is wrong.
Would have an impact rightly on Trump and his support. That's going way too far.
You don't need to listen to someone that keeps on nodding their head like a bobble boy. It's a condescending. He's talking in a condescending way. All right. All right. So let's continue. All right. Let's listen to this bunker buster.
The mob, the unsexily named GU-57, is essentially a very large, 6 meters long, which is why you need a US B-2 bomber to carry it. Hardened, sort of reinforced steel with a very large warhead, and the way that it works is that it is strong enough to be dropped through concrete, lots of earth, possibly rock. And effectively, the force of it dropping from such a great altitude burrows through the rock, and then the fuse detonates after a delay. So it detonates inside the target. It's worth noting it's never been used in anger. Nobody really knows how far it can penetrate. Generally, when people are talking about it, they say you might.
This particular bunker buster that they're talking about, which is the GBU-57. The GBU-57 has been tested, but never used in battle, on the battlefield. So they do know, at least through testing, how far it's going to go. Most likely, it's going to not take one, but it's going to take 2 or 3. And there's 2 types of ways to do this. Well, 3 types. One drop, and hopefully you destroyed the target. Now, these are precision. All right. Now, kind of in a way, just imagine shooting an arrow into a target. An arrow from a bow and arrow. So shooting an arrow in a target, and you're hitting the bullseye, and then shooting another arrow that slices right into the first arrow, and shooting another one that slices into it into it. Okay. So the first method would be just shoot one bomb and then it blows it up, but it doesn't penetrate maybe as far as you'd want it to, maybe only 2/3 of the way. So you precision bomb another one that follows right after, and it burrows even farther in and then detonates. And then you shoot another one that burrows in and detonates. And that way, one bomb doesn't have to go all the way. You just have to have 2 or 3 or 4. Another method is that if the facility is more horizontally spread out then and underground, then what you can do is do it in a pattern where through whatever intelligence you have, radar or ground penetrating radar or whatever it is, certain areas will have double hits, and then other areas maybe will have a single hit, and it's done in almost like a grid pattern. And so you're dropping maybe 6 of these, and you grid it. So there's lots of ways to do this. All right. But it's never been done in battle. But they've tested this. All right. There's no doubt they've tested this. All right. So one risk is that it doesn't work. That's one risk. Another is that it does work, but they don't fully destroy the facility. And it would be hard to assess from satellite data truly how much damage took place. It would be almost like you need some ground intelligence to be able to assess the damage. Now, I suspect that Israel and maybe even special forces from the United States are already in Iran and helping this operation. So let's just keep that in mind. So the GBU 57, GBU 57 bunker busters, they are going to be spectacular if Trump uses it. I think he will use it. The rumor was that he was going to do it on Thursday. That was 2 days ago. Now you're hearing in the news, maybe it's going to be in a few days, maybe next week. What's interesting is I believe a new moon is on the 25th. They work at night. These, stealth operations. So most likely they're going to bomb at night. It behooves to have the least luminancy in the sky. So that would be a new moon. So anytime between now and the 25th is when it's going to happen. But let's continue on with this. Oh, before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nano silver soaps. These soaps are very high quality. You can get the lemon and grass, the charcoal tea tree, the peppermint, and you can also get it in lavender. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver soaps, get a few of the soaps from my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. And by taking ubiquinol, you're going to soak up free radicals and you're going to help the health of your mitochondria. You're going to boost up your energy levels. Ubiquinol also is very important to protect your neurons. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking ubiquinol like yesterday. So make sure that you take ubiquinol every day to protect those neurons. And stack it with NAD+. NAD+ is going to boost up your energy levels, repair your DNA, and NAD+ protects neurons. So stacking it together as a neuroprotector is super important. You're soaking up free radicals, you're boosting up your energy levels, you're protecting your neurons, and you're repairing your DNA damage. Super important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Need 2 or 3.
Keir Starmer has chaired an emergency COBRA meeting today after concerns the US is considering an attack on Iran. Donald Trump has said he's not decided whether to strike nuclear facilities when speaking to reporters earlier.
Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before all this death and destruction? Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? We could have done fine. We would have had a country.
Yeah, keeping everyone guessing, nobody knows what I'm going to do from Donald Trump there. Iran has today warned that any US involvement would be a recipe for an all-out war in the Middle East. We're joining me in the studio, Matthew Saville, who is director.
So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pause Times Radio, and we'll continue on with this. And it's about the bunker buster has no guarantee. But I want to play. If I can find it. Okay, Owen Schroyer. Owen Schroyer is from InfoWars. Okay, he's coming from the perspective of being a pacifist. All right, but it's important to hear the other side of the argument. I'm not a pacifist. I'm about getting the job done. Stop kicking the can down the road. All right, but it's very important to see the pacifism, because when you start hearing these pacifists, and then you listen to what I'm going to be playing at the end of this video, you're gonna get the idea. You're gonna understand the splitting of Esau in the United States. I've been saying this for a year, 2 years, over 2 years, that this was going to happen, and you're seeing it playing out in media. All right, so let's listen to Owen Schroyer. Okay, it's about 4 minutes long.
All right, it's amazing to me that nobody is saying this. I'm not surprised that you're not hearing it in the mainstream Western media, but I don't know why nobody's saying this. Now, I'm not Jewish, okay? But I do have Jewish friends, but that's not really what this is about. I care about people. That's what I care about. I care about people. And nobody seems to want to mention the fact that Israelis are stuck in bunkers almost every night in parts of Israel. Jobs are being shut down. The economy closed. Schools closed. Okay, now this is because of Benjamin Netanyahu. Do not be confused.
And so he's going to be anti-Netanyahu. You know, there are some nefarious aspects of Netanyahu. But the thing is that certain people are important at certain moments in time, even though their character may not be pristine. All right. You know, Patton wasn't that great of a person, but Patton was important during World War II, especially during World War I. All right. With the tanks, because Patton was part of that kind of special operation with using tanks in trench warfare in World War I. So, you know, certain people, no matter what their personality is, may be very important for the moment in time. Okay, keep that in mind. Another thing that you want to keep in mind, and I'm sure everyone would agree, Little Ribby, all right, that I've been saying, actually stated to Netanyahu in the 1980s, early 1980s, that he was going to be the one that stabilizes the region, and that he's told Netanyahu not to be fearful, not to care about the international community, and not to be hubris, because if any one of those three took place, then he would fail. All right. Now, Netanyahu survived the political onslaught, and that seems in a way to be somewhat of a miracle. some special intervention. Let's call it that. You look at Trump, there's parts of his personality that people would dislike, even the ones that voted for him. I voted for him 3 times. And there's parts of his personality I don't like. But the thing is I know he's the right guy for the time. All right. The Ribby stated to Netanyahu that he was going to be the guy. This was in the 1980s. All right. Now, for Trump, all right, he went through a political onslaught and survived it, almost like it was divine intervention in a way. So Netanyahu and Trump are very similar, all right, but they are tools that are being used by a divine force to usher in the Messianic era. And people aren't paying attention to this. And I've been saying this for 2.5 years. All right. Now, this has been written down 2,000 years ago. Now, Owen is just anti-Netanyahu. And he's right that don't mix up what's going on with Netanyahu and what's going on with Israel and dealing with terrorists. But the thing is that Owen is not paying attention to what was written down 2,000 years ago, that Iran is going to fall. But not only that, the United States is being tested to see who is positive Esau and who's negative Esau. And the ones that are negative Esau will fall with Iran. And this is where Owen misses the boat. So pay attention, and you'll understand what I'm talking about when I play the last video on this recording.
Do not be confused. So here's the message that people need to understand. If you care about Israel, and its existence and its relationship to the United States of America, you better realize something fast. You better stop listening to people like Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, and Benjamin Netanyahu. If you continue to be led down this path by those 3 individuals and their ilk, within 20 years, Israel will get no support from the United States of America, and Israel will be, dare I say, hated by the United States of America.
This is predicted 2,000 years ago, that there's going to be a split. And that split, the ones that are negative Esau will die. The ones that are positive Esau will align with Jacob and they will flourish. Now the question is what will be the overall composition? So you have to look at it at the individual level. And then you have to look at it at the societal level. What's the amalgamation? Now, I think what's going to happen is that most people in the United States will be aligning with Jacob. All right? That the ones that have a soul root that's tied to Esau, and Trump is tied to Esau, but Trump is positive Esau. It started when the assassination attempt took place, and he almost lost his life. That was the switch. So he's positive Esau. He's aligned with Jacob. The ones at the individual level that stay with negative Esau, you're going to die. The ones that are the ones that are positive Esau will be aligned with Jacob and will be blessed. If the average ends up to be, if the aggregate ends up to be on the balance of Jacob, the United States will be blessed. If the aggregate is aligned with negative Esau, the United States will fall. It's that simple. And Owen is not understanding that he's actually on the negative side of Esau. He's not on the positive side.
You might already be rejecting this message. You might already be denying this message, but hold on. Aren't you the ones that are complaining about anti-Semitism on the rise? Aren't you the ones that are complaining about Jew hatred on the rise? So you already know it's true. You already know it. What do you think is causing it? People like Levin should be.
So basically, you're saying that we should be a pacifist and let Iran end up having a nuclear weapon? Negative Esau is tied with Satan. Satan knows that if the negative Esau dies, which is predicted, Satan dies. That is the messianic cure. There is no more Satan. It's done. But people don't realize that if you have not aligned yourself with, if you are a Esau soul root, which many people in the Western world are, if you are, and you haven't aligned yourself with the positive side of Esau, then you're going to die. You're going to die. That's what's going to happen. That the attachment, so Satan, all right, is trying to convince people that it's Jacob and positive Esau that are at fault. Oh, there's this anti-Semitism that's taking place. So you should just, be quiet and be a pacifist. Well, by being a pacifist, negative Esau stays alive. Satan knows this. Satan is attached to negative Esau. That's the energy that Satan is pulling from. Once you cut that off, Satan dies. So he has to convince the world through the EU, through social media. I mean, think about it. I know I'm jumping around, but this is a very complex, very, very complex issue. When the original sin happened and Adam and Eve came out, there was an entanglement between good and evil. And this entanglement ended up causing a development, all right, in an emergence. But these emergence have a pattern that is like a fib sequence, all right, like a golden ratio. And we tell, all right, so this is happening when the actual expulsion from the Garden of Eden, right? And the entanglement that's taking place with Cain killing Abel, and and then further entanglements that take place throughout the human history. But you fast forward to the technological age and you think about what we have. We don't, we turn on our computers, we watch TV and all that. We don't really understand that there's these wires and an entanglement, right, that allows us to communicate. And if we use it for good purposes, great. But that's the thing, is that good and evil are entangled. The wires of technology, the wires of the spiritual, there's an entanglement that's taking place, and we're trying to untangle this, all right? Because evil, Satan, is going to die. There will only be good. So that means that everything that has been wired up sociologically, scientifically, technologically, spiritually, all these things that have been entangled have to be disentangled. All right. And as it's being disentangled, you're having these fits that are starting to happen by the negative Esau. And you're seeing it with Owen Shroyer.
Bureau and Netanyahu, who inaccurately depict themselves as a voice for all Jewish people around the world, and then lie.
I don't think that Netanyahu represents all Jewish people. I just don't think that. I just, but neither does Levin or neither does Shapiro. I don't even like Shapiro. All right. Levin, I think, I'm worried that he's going to have a heart attack during his show. But when it comes to, legal issues, I think that he's an important figure to listen to. Netanyahu, he is an important figure that's being blessed by God to do a certain thing. That doesn't mean that he is a good person. All right. But there is something that is happening that has to happen, because we're at a fork in the road. If we do not do this, if we do not knock out the Ayatollah, if we do not knock out the nuclear program, then what's going to happen is that it's going to change the power dynamic. And if we have an ally within our sphere, within our economic sphere, if Iran is in the orbit of the United States, then oil isn't going to be shipped to China when we go to war with China. This is an important military strategic move.
And subvert the United States of America's foreign policy in order to benefit Israel. And everybody sees it now. It is maybe the number one topic in American politics today is Israel's.
This is where Owen doesn't get it. There's a test that's happening in the United States. The United States is Jacob and Esau. The part of Esau is being fractured into positive and negative. The negative is going to die. The positive is going to align with Jacob. And the thing is that if there's going to be an infighting that's taking place here. We're seeing it playing out right now. He is Owen Schroyer is negative Esau. No matter, he's probably a nice guy, but he's negative Esau. There's no doubt about it. You can see it. You can see it. So it's not about foreign. They don't understand is the United States was blessed in the 1700s, was blessed going through, all these different crises, during the Civil War and going through the World Wars and the Cold War. We've been blessed. But why? Was it because we deserve it? You really think that the United States deserves their blessing? Really? I mean, look in the mirror. Do you really deserve to be alive? Probably not. Most people don't deserve to be alive. All right. It's just that there is the grace of God that allows it to happen. All right. That's a cold thing to say, but that's a reality. There's a reason why America was given its blessing. And if you don't use it, if you don't use the reason, if you're at a moment in time you don't use the blessing, then you're not going to have the blessing later. For the United States to maintain its military, economic prowess and to move on into the future, the United States is going to have to, at the amalgamation level, have to be more Jacob and positive Esau than negative Esau. If it is more negative Esau, more pacifist, more thinking that they can, it's on our own why we have the blessings we have, we are going to fail, we are going to lose, and we're going to fall.
Influence. So understand this because no one else is telling you. If you continue to be led by Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Benjamin Netanyahu, who have been lying to America for 30 years, who have been forcing America into the Middle East, costing us trillions of dollars and countless American lives for decades, then the support that Israel gets from the United States of America will be over within 20 years. Over. Now, what that means for Israel, I don't know. But that's probably not something that you want to find out the hard way. So you better find this out real quick. And don't deny this message. You know it's true. So
why do we assume that America will have its blessing if they do detach? If there's a decoupling? Owen doesn't answer that question. He's assuming that steady state will happen, maintain with the United States hegemonic prowess. I don't think so. I don't think that's how the world works. The United States has been given a blessing, but we have been given an option, and we're being tested. Now you have Satan that needs us to turn negative Esau, go against knocking out Esau, Iran. Satan wants that. And Satan will go, well, you could be safe and you would save money and you could, you wouldn't have to, worry about military incursions and all this. And he's talking about how Netanyahu is lying to the American public, and probably in many ways he has. All right. Like I said, I'm not pro Netanyahu. But the thing is that Satan is also lying to the people to stay alive, because Satan knows that when negative Esau is dead, it dies, and that's the Messianic era. It's done. It's like the clock is done. So he's right that if we keep on going down this path of falsehoods, that there's going to be a decoupling. There's going to be a fracture between the relationship between Israel and the United States. But that doesn't mean that the United States won't fall due to that decoupling. The United States is given a blessing. There's no doubt about it. You just look at the way our institutions are created. If you just look at, those moments in time, you look at the large arc of history, there has been some serious blessing that has come down to allow for the United States to flourish. Now, if it is going to move away from being a participant in this, ushering in this new era, the Messianic era, if the United States wants to be a pacifist in that, why would you get a blessing? So most likely the United States would fall. I mean, societies, arc up and then fall. We may be at our peak in 215 years, 250 years, 215 years. We may no longer be a nation. There's a big probability on that. There's a huge probability. There's probably 80% probability that the United States will fall within 215 years. That's when the Messianic era is guaranteed to start in the year 6000. And we're at 5,785. So decoupling is a bad idea. Bad idea. So I'm not saying that he's wrong in the sense that Ben Shapiro and Netanyahu and maybe a little bit of Mark Levin isn't, maybe not be in the best interest of the United States. Maybe, or maybe there's some lies. I'm not so sure. I disagree with Owen with Mark Levin. I would agree with Owen on Ben Shapiro and Netanyahu. So his perspective on them, I sort of align with what Owen's saying. But the thing is, Owen's missing a big piece of this. It's independent of the people. It's independent of Netanyahu. This has been written down for 2,000 years that this was going to take place. Now, you're listening right now and you're going to go, prove it. I will. In this video, I will. It's just that you need to be primed to understand these pacifists and how the point I'm making is that this is not an intellectual international affairs battle. This is not a typical Westphalian thing. This is about soul roots. Soul roots. And if you look at it from the perspective of soul roots, Jacob, Esau, positive and negative Esau, and Ishmael. You look at it from that perspective, you start to understand what is going on and where the fork in the road for the United States is at, and where the fork in the road that the world at large that is aligned, that is part of the soul root of Esau. Now, Esau in the Bible is decapitated. The head is buried with the patriarchs, the intellect. Trump is positive Esau, post-assassination attempt. Negative Esau is the body. It's the animalistic instinct, not the intellect. And that was not buried with the patriarchs. And that is what's going to happen to the pacifists in the world and Iran's theocratic regime. When I say Iran, I mean the Ayatollah and the theocratic regime, not the secular people. Secular people are, there's an amalgamation between positive Esau and Ishmael. Just like in the United States, most of it is Jacob and positive Esau. In Iran, it's positive Esau and Ishmael. Now, it gets a little bit crazier with what goes on with Ishmael and the attachment of Satan as he's detaching from Esau. But that's a different topic. It's more complex to talk about.
You will all see it. Anti-Semitism on the rise. Jew hatred on the rise. Yeah. So what do you think the reason for that is? You think that it just stops, comes up out of nowhere? Oh, is that Qatar? Is Qatar doing that? Stop living in denial. If you care about Israel, you need to reject and rebuke these names. And you need.
Now, within Israel, there is a fracturing. Israel, even if they're aligned with Jacob, Israel has conservative and a liberal, or we'll call it differently, followers of mitzvahs, followers of the Bible or the Torah, and non-followers that try to justify their lifestyle. They justify their lifestyle saying that it's not important to follow the mitzvahs. So that's a major fracture. More than half of the society in Israel tries to rationalize not following Torah. All right? There's three types of people. Rationalize on why you're not following Torah. Realize you should follow Torah, but you still don't do it. And then ones that follow Torah. All right? It's like those three types, right? But if you look at just the two main groups, the ones that follow the Torah and the ones that try to rationalize not following Torah, the ones that try to rationalize not following Torah will be thrown in the group of negative Esau. Owen is talking to the people that are secular Israelis or secular Jews that don't follow the Torah. Owen is, I've been keep on saying it, Owen's representing negative Esau. He doesn't even see it. But he's right about the anti-Semitism is growing and all this. But Satan is a smart guy. Satan is one of the most intelligent entities that we can interface with. All right. It knows that it's dying from it's because we're getting closer and closer to that 6,000th year and that attachment of Esau. And Esau's starting to repent because he knows, the soul root knows that we're getting close to the end. So he's aligning with Jacob. And the ones that are trying to justify their lifestyle and not following certain types of mitzvahs, they are, as they're trying to rationalize, it keeps Satan attached and getting that energy flow. Think of it this way. Not following mitzvahs, energy flow for Satan. Doing mitzvahs, less energy flow for Satan. Okay? So if you have people like Owen that's saying, well, there's going to be more anti-Semitism if you just keep on following Netanyahu in his warmongering days, well, don't you think that Satan would want someone to think that? So Israel doesn't, or the world at large doesn't actually kill off the regime in Iran? Because you got to remember that part of this ushering in is the fall of Persia. It is the fall of Iran. So, all right. So from this lens of souls, Owen is negative Esau. He's passive. You got these pacifists are trying to convince convince people not to do something to allow for the positive Esau and Jacob and Ishmael to align. Because if that does happen, Satan loses power. So don't, he's saying, don't listen. Well, that's if you are Satan and you are afraid to die, you don't want to die. And there's a growing group out there in Islam, in Judaism, and in Christianity where they're becoming more spiritual. Satan's losing power when that's happening. He's whoever he's attached to at the societal level or at the personal level, he's trying to convince people to stop doing that, reduce that power. Just imagine, what would you do if you were Satan? And the only way you have power is keeping Esau alive, negative Esau alive. What would you do? You would want to convince the world that the other side is bad. And that side that wants to be more spiritual, that's following these edicts, spiritual edicts, religious edicts, then if you were Satan, you would want to try to slow that down because you're losing power. So being a pacifist actually strengthens Satan. All right, so let's continue. And this is a very complex thing that I'm saying.
To find better reputation for Jews worldwide and American Jews. Because all these three men are doing are going to destroy your country and destroy Christian-Jewish relations, American-Israel relations, and then it'll be over.
Mm-hmm. It will. No, he's right. He's right. And this is what's being predicted. But he's not using comma in that division is negative Esau versus Jacob and positive Esau. And it has been stated 2,000 years that Jacob and positive Esau win, not negative Esau. He's right about the division that's taking place. But the ones that are negative Esau are going to lose. They're going to die because Satan is attached to them. The pacifists that he's trying to support or to have this pacifist mentality, they don't realize that they are actually attached to Satan. They don't realize it. He's wrong. He's right that there's a division that's taking place, but he's on the wrong side. He's on the wrong side. Unfortunately, he's on the wrong side. But he's right in the sense he is seeing the division. And I'm sure he hasn't read the Zohar. So he's seeing the division. I've been saying this for 2.5 years. There is going to be a division that takes place. But if the United States in the aggregate is a pacifist that has aligned itself with negative Esau, it will die. It will die. It's not a foregone conclusion that the United States stays afloat during this. Now, I'm an optimist. And I think that positive Esau, through repentance and the alignment of Jacob, is going to win out. But Owen, in analyzing this through the lens of soul roots, Owen has attached himself with negative Esau.
That's the truth. Everybody knows it. And if you really care about Israel, you better accept that fact.
Care about Israel. Israel. Which Israel? Secular Israel? Or the Israel that actually follows the Torah? Which Israel are you talking about? Because that's a real important distinction. Because if it's the secular part of Israel, that's going to die.
Just because the American media won't tell you this, I might as well tell you this too. Benjamin Netanyahu is not even popular in Israel. His approval rating is 30%. Most Israelis now blame him for the strikes and the...
Owen's right about this. Because most Israel is secular.
Or with Iran. And it's even now common conspiracy theory in Israel that he stood down on October 7th, let the attack happen, so that the following could happen. He could take the Gaza Strip, topple Syria, and topple Iran. And now here we are. Ignore this message at your own peril if you care about Israel. I mean, even the other day when they, whoa!
I'm telling you, pay attention to the soul roots. That's the way you got to look at this. And let me continue on because I'm babbling on, but the United States is at a fork in the road. Israel's at a fork in the road. And it has been predicted that Iran is going to fall. All right, let's plug some products here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and follow my health protocol to slow down the aging process, because don't you want to see the Messianic era? Don't you want to be on the right side of history, not the wrong side of history? So D3 coupled with K2, MK7. So D3 and K2 taken together will help build bone density when you do resistance training. Make sure you take magnesium in your supplementation to improve the efficacy of D3. And also D3 and K2 will help to pull out some of that calcium depositing that's around plaque formation and reduce that calcium depositing. So it's important. It's for cardiovascular health and bone density, super important. Now, probiotics are really important foundational pieces. I have it in a powdered form and in a Bitchute form. Take the probiotics every day. Now, when you take the probiotic every day, what you're going to notice is that your skin's improving, your mental clarity is improving, your sleep's improving, your communication between your gut and your liver is improving, your gut and your brain, you're bringing down inflammation at the gut level, your metabolism is improving, your nutrient absorption is improving, your immune system is improving, the mucosal layer in your gut is improving. All these are very positive for your health. So as a foundational part of the health protocol, take a good probiotic. I have two types. I have the Bitchute version and the powdered version. I prefer taking the powdered version because I take all these different powders for my supplements. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And resveratrol, something I've been taking for decades. All right, it's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. It helps with youthful gene expression, and it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. It stacks well with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+, clarity factor, very important. And it also stacks well with vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, what does it do? It helps to improve your cellular metabolism. The first 4 B vitamins helps the mitochondria with the electron transport chain. All right. And that's super important to build ATP, and that's an energy source for your cells and your tissues. Also, vitamin B complex through the B12 vitamin is going to help protect your neurons. Super important if you're 40 years of age or older. Because don't you want to see the Messianic era? Now, if you follow my protocol, you're increasing your probability of seeing the Messianic era. If you follow Orient Schroeder, you're probably going to end up dead. All right. Owen is right, but he is seeing it from the negative side of Esau. He's not seeing it from the positive Jacob, positive Esau. But there will be a fracturing that takes place, and you see it right. It's happening. It's happening in Israel. The fracturing of the society is happening in Israel, and the fracturing of society in the United States. But I'm an optimist on this regard. Israel will prevail because it was written thousands of years ago that it will prevail. The United States most likely prevail because there are many people that still have a strong religious conviction in them, and it's part of this concept of God, country, and family that I keep on talking about. There is they're in the core of the country that's strong, as long as they don't become pacifists. Leaders and ones that have been blessed, you have to take chances. Don't be fearful. The ones that are pacifists, they usually end up causing problems. Kicking the can down the road with Iran led us to 83% uranium enrichment. Fact. All right. Now that doesn't mean that we don't have the neocons, causing havoc in the world. We do. All right. But the world's a complex place. It's not just black and white. So, it's very important to just realize that there is this battle, and that certain people that are key players in world history it doesn't mean that their character is perfect or pristine. They don't have to be. They just have to be the right person at the time. And we don't even make that decision. We think we make the decisions. We don't. It's God making the decision. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the cofactors for enzymatic activity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this multivitamin as a foundational piece for your health protocol. This stacks really well with the probiotics that I was talking about as a foundational piece. And then you stack stuff like, okay, if you want to improve your cellular metabolism and protect your neurons, stack it with the vitamin B complex, right? Or let's say you want to help with bone density, D3, K2, the multivitamin, and the probiotics. That's a great stack for it, right? So you can customize this, right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the multivitamin and the other supplements. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's talk about the bunker buster.
Military Sciences at RUSI, that's the Royal United Services Institute. Good evening to you, Matthew.
Good evening.
Gosh, it feels like we're at a very pivotal time in this conflict. We've seen much of the intense action over the last 5 days or so, and of course things could ramp up significantly if the United States is to get involved. What are the options in front of Donald Trump right now?
I mean, there's quite a broad range in terms of things that they could do, and they've been moving some more military forces into the region. But the reason why we're having this debate now is actually about a very specific capability that the US has that the Israelis don't. And this all focuses on one of the Iranian nuclear facilities, which is deep buried under a mountain, Fordow, and it's essentially under tens, if not hundreds of meters of rock reinforced concrete. And the Israelis don't have a weapon that can penetrate through that much rock, so they can't guarantee destroying the facility. It's a centrifuge facility, so it enriches uranium, which is the material that the Iranians would use if they were to put together a nuclear weapon. The Israelis could attack the facility and try and cut it off. There's some speculation that they could try some kind of daring commando raid or a ground operation. But as everyone has looked at this over the years, it has always come back to the Americans have a very large bomb that only they have, that only they could drop.
It's called a bunker buster, isn't it? The GBU-57. It's called MOP, the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, which just sounds a little bit wrong when you read it out like that, doesn't it? But as you say, it's the only thing capable of reaching Iran's underground facilities. We were speaking to the national security correspondent at Reuters earlier, based at the Pentagon, and he was saying, look, the Americans could get involved by using that to destroy the entrance to that facility in that mountain. It's part of a mountain range, isn't it? Or the exit. He said, but actually, the only way to ensure that it does what it needs to do is to completely flatten it. So we would have to see kind of all-out destruction. And if we saw that, and we may see that before we have the confirmation from Donald Trump that the US are involved, that's our clue, isn't it, effectively?
Well, yes, there's a question of what you would see. So there are lots of conventional these are all conventional weapons. None of these are nuclear weapons, I should say. The MOP, the unsexily named GE-57, is essentially a very large, 6 meters long, which is why you need a US B-2 bomber to carry it. hardened, sort of, reinforced steel with a very large warhead. And the way that it works is that it is strong enough to be dropped through concrete, lots of earth, possibly rock. And effectively, the force of it dropping from such a great altitude burrows through the rock. And then the fuse detonates after a delay. So it detonates inside the target. It's worth noting it's never been used in anger. Nobody really knows how far it can penetrate. Generally, when people are talking about it, they say you might need 2 or 3.
So it might not work upon first strike.
You would use several. So
Okay.
I think
All at once.
A B2 can carry 2.
Okay.
So you would probably use. I mean, if you're trying to increase your chances, you would probably have several US bombers dropping several of these on a very precise location. There is, of course, an enormous caveat to all of this, which is that we're all assuming the destruction of Fordo ends the Iranian nuclear program. What we don't know, and what the IAEA don't know, because the Iranians have stopped giving them access, is what have the Iranians done with the enriched uranium that they already have? Have they already started doing some work on weaponization? You don't need a huge facility.
Well, the Israelis have already destroyed their military apparatus. This is the reason why you have to kill the Ayatollah. You do regime change and promote democracy in the region. But you can't push it in the sense of, expediency. There's a group of people in the United States that are thinking, stabilize the region politically by bringing the son of the Shah back as king. Bad idea. We have to get the international communities to have elections, to have a balance of government between a legislative branch, an executive branch, and the judicial branch. Build a constitution, have elections, free elections, and let the secular part of the society in Iran to flourish. That's how you do it. And the program ends. This is the reason why it's not just the bunker busters. You have to decapitate the Ayatollah, literally. And like I said, Esau, the story of Esau in the Bible is a metaphor of what is actually going to be happening with the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah will be not just dethroned, but killed. And I suspect that there's going to be a decapitation, that his head is going to be off his body.
Need tons and tons and tons of highly enriched uranium. It's some kilos that you could do somewhere. And of course, the Israelis have claimed, though without evidence thus far, that they had detected new work by the Iranians moving towards weaponization. So destroying Fordow removes the most heavily defended centrifuge and enrichment facility that we know of. It's not actually a guarantee to the end of the nuclear program.
Interesting indeed. So that is one consideration.
This is what General Keane, I believe, said yesterday. I think it was General Keane. That there may be other facilities out there that we don't know of.
Most sort of pictorial, the most obvious one. And am I right in saying that Donald Trump may be keeping us guessing, because actually what sometimes happens, and we've seen this historically, the action happens first and then we get the confirmation that the US is involved. That happened, didn't it, in terms of I think it was the Houthi attacks, or maybe Hezbollah, but anyway, that would be the norm. Why on earth would he tell us this is going to happen before it happens?
His allies would say he's unpredictable, and that helps US policy. It helps create uncertainty and deterrence. I'm not sure there's any real evidence for that, because it appears to be the case that some people therefore take additional risks because they're either fatalistic about what he's going to do, or it's too difficult to predict. I would say it looks like he is leaning towards military action, having been very skeptical. but it's very possible he hasn't yet made up his mind. I would also say that there is a slight divergence here, potentially in the US and Israeli position, which is that he talks for all the world as if he does still want to deal, but he is quite happy to see force bringing the Iranians back to the table. I don't think Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is very interested in a deal. And so there could be tension down the line between Trump and Netanyahu.
And there's a political motivation here for the Israeli Prime Minister as well. We just on that point, we spoke to a lady called Abigail Cohen, who is in her bunker at the time. She lives in the suburbs of Tel Aviv. We spoke to her on Monday or Tuesday of this week, and she said, in fact, it was Monday. And I asked her how she felt about Israel, going on the attack against Iran, and she said, relieved. She said, this has been coming for such a long time. She said, I actually feel relief that this is now happening, that this threat is now being addressed. And it's expected that the Israeli Prime Minister will have a spike in popularity as a result of this, with other Israeli citizens potentially arguing the same as our guest, who is not a fan of war, not necessarily a complete fan of the Prime Minister, but just said, look, this is good for us, even as she sat in her bunker. So some interesting optics there. Let's talk a little bit about UK involvement in this, shall we? What are the options here? When we talk about UK involvement, this is what's been, war game to a certain extent. If the US asks the UK for help, will we give it? That was the big whiteboard question in the Cabinet Office today at that COBRA meeting. What are the options for the UK?
Well, first of all, there's an enabling question. So if we're back to the question of B-2s using this very large bomb.
Yeah, so these are B-2 warplanes.
Big long range, the stealth bomber that everyone knows about, which is quite old now, and there's a replacement coming in, but they're still very effective. There's a question from where would they be launched? And this is where you get to Diego Garcia, which is, of course, a largely a US facility, but inside a UK facility in the British Indian Ocean territories. Called
the Chagos Islands.
Indeed. And if the US wanted to launch from there, and there have been B-2s there, indeed, there were some there up until early May, as part of what was seen then as US signalling, the US would normally, I don't know the exact details of the arrangements, but normally militaries have a series of things that they refer to as access basing and overflight permissions, which is who do you ask permission to fly over someone's territory, who do you ask for permission to use their basing, who do you ask for access. And the normal rules would be if you're launching a military operation from a base on somebody else's territory, you have to seek their permission.
Yeah.
So it could be that the UK is simply asked, can we fly the B-2s from Diego Garcia? That doesn't have to be the case. The B-2 has an astonishingly long range. They could just be flown from their base in the US to Iran and get refueled somewhere along the way or on the way back. So it doesn't have to be that they're launched from Diego Garcia. So the first thing is we could provide basing.
Yeah.
Some US aircraft might also fly from RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus. So again, it wouldn't really be the B-2s, but like other aircraft that might be used. Then there's the question of what are we doing with our forces in the region? And the Prime Minister has announced we've sent more combat aircraft to Cyprus. I think it's worth noting here, I suspect most of this is defensive about UK forces and interests already in the region and protecting our facilities, particularly given the Iranian threats to retaliate against other people in the region if they think they help the Israelis. And that's because lots of UK facilities are in range of UK cruise missiles, drones, and ballistic missiles. And we also have UK personnel at coalition bases or co-located with US bases who could be caught in the crossfire.
Okay, so we need to be very aware of that. You were a senior policy advisor in government on Iran. Do we need to start talking about the threat domestically to us? We've seen Iran instructed attacks on home soil. I'm thinking about Puri Zarati, the Iranian TV journalist who was attacked outside his home in London, worked for Iranian TV here in the UK, but other instances as well. Do we need, and will the government be thinking about that too, or is that too far removed?
Oh, I mean, I am sure that the government has already been thinking about possible Iranian activity overseas. So, you know, part of effectively the shadow war that the Iranians have been fighting with Israel for decades has involved overseas attacks. There's famously been, I think it was an attack on a bus in, I want to say Hungary a few years ago, an attack on the Israeli embassy in, I think, Venezuela. They have threatened dissidents and journalists, as you mentioned, in the UK and in Europe, plots in the US, including one famously that was allegedly, and it sounded very amateur hour, but to kill Donald Trump. So they have an intelligence network, and that will already be something that the UK government, I'm certain, is looking at, and the various euphemisms, things like hostile state activity or state threats.
And heightened surveillance as well.
Absolutely.
Probably.
So, the police, UK security service, all of these kind of things will be looking at potential Iranian activity and retaliation. So that will already be in hand. I think the current focus is more on the possibility of attacks in and around the Middle East that could threaten UK personnel. Diego Garcia is too far away for them, but we have facilities in Bahrain, we have people alongside the Americans in Qatar, and a few other places. And the challenge there would be, we don't have anything that is, essentially a ballistic missile defense system. So we'd be reliant, if we were near American forces who have Patriots, our combat aircraft could be used to shoot down drones or cruise missiles, that sort of thing.
Okay, we must leave it there for time, but it's been so fascinating speaking to you. I feel like we've got a really good understanding now of some of the weaponry involved, but also some of the understanding that we need across.
All right, before we go to the next video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. The collagen will help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. Now, it's a powder. You get a big scooper in here. Take it every day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk. But take it every day. Very important. And do resistance training to help build the muscle, to help with the health of your joints and your bone density. The typical amino acid profile is shown on the screen here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this collagen. Very high quality collagen. Now, if you take this stack here, this is going to help to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system and reduce the chances of building up plaque. Taking turmeric is going to soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. Lignans helps to bring down inflammation, soaks up free radicals, helps with your endocrine system and your immune system. Super important. And ashwagandha root controls your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. When you combine these together, you're bringing down inflammation, you're soaking up free radicals, you're boosting up that immune system, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL, and you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ashwagandha root, the turmeric, and the lignans, take them together, take them every day, and that's a super stack. Very powerful stack. That's something I do every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I also have structural nano silver toothpaste. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, help with gum health. This has no fluoride in it. It's a very high quality toothpaste. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I also have gel. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. It's a dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skin topical care treatment. If you have a cut, you can put it on your cut and it'll help to heal it quicker. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, around your eyes. Lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. Make sure you have this. You never know when you need it. And by the time you need it and you don't have it, it might be too late. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula is going to get you in those cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep that will help to detoxify your body. You'll be well rested when you wake up, and you're going to be able to consolidate memory. Sleep deprivation will lead to memory loss. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Goodnight Formula, It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Take it at night, take it every day, and you're going to help with that sleep pattern. And with proper sleep, you're going to slow down the aging process. Very important. And when you're 40 years of age or older, you need to lessen the load on your pancreas. So take digestive enzyme complex, and it's going to help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. And by doing that, you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients and have less load on your pancreas. And you're absorbing those nutrients, you're breaking up those foods, you're reducing the stress on your GI tract, and you're giving a little bit more life for your pancreas. Super important. This also has bromelain, which is an enzyme that helps to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. Digestive enzyme complex also has proteolytic enzymes that help to break up glycoproteins. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. And lastly, a dual purpose supplement, olive leaf extract. This helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Olive leaf extract brings down inflammation, and that is important. By bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system, because chronic inflammation is immunosuppressive. So you're bringing down inflammation, and you're bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, so you're reducing plaque buildup. Now, with olive leaf extract, it also helps with your lipid profile by helping bring down that LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels. That's super important, because less LDL means less LDL that's oxidized, and oxidized LDL ends up becoming plaque in your vascular system. So you want to reduce that. Take the olive leaf extract, help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Take it every day. These are powerful supplements that targets many features of chronic problems in the United States, like cardiovascular problems or diabetes or chronic inflammation, right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements, get healthy, drink filtered water, eat properly, stay away from processed foods, do the 4 modalities of exercise, resistance training, cardio, balancing, and stretching, learn new things, have some spirituality or mindfulness, bring down stress levels, go from sympathetic to parasympathetic mode. And by doing this in a holistic fashion and getting proper sleep, you're going to actually age slower. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I'm in my 50s. I'm older than Alex Jones. Does Dr. Paul Cottrell look a lot younger than Alex Jones? Yeah. Now, why is that? Well, maybe Dr. Paul Cottrell's protocol works. So please go to my store, follow my advice, do what I'm doing, and get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. What I'm going to play is a very different perspective, taking it from the lens of soul roots. All right. Now, this goes back thousands of years, this concept, and written down what was going to play out. And there's a calendar, and this calendar is a fib sequence that goes all the way back to during the actual original sin with Adam and Eve, with eating from the tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge is actually not an apple. They didn't eat an apple. They either ate a date, or most people think it was some sort of grain, like a wheat or barley. So they ate a grain of wheat or barley, and that ended up giving them knowledge. All right. They were expelled from the Garden of Eden, and there were nations that came out of that expulsion, the birth of these nations, eight nations. And these are really important because they're going to be tied to history of civilization, and how Satan had attached to these nations. all right, in these soul roots. Like I said, there's soul roots for an individual, and there's soul roots for leaders, and there's soul roots for nations. All right. And if the nation is in line in the calendar with the Cobb energy for that soul root, then it has activity and blessing or positive things happen. They have more energy. And in the calendar, when I say the calendar, at the hour level, at the weekly level, at the monthly level, even at the year, and even in the century and the millennial level, because it's a fib sequence. It's a fib within a fib within a fib. All right, there's a Fibonacci sequence within a Fibonacci sequence. So it's a fractal. And that fractal starts set in the 7 days of creation and comes out as millennial eras, 1,000-year eras. And things are playing out almost like in a clock fashion. Kind of almost imagine gears in a watch where you have long movement, let's say, of the hour hand, and then you have gears that are for the minute hand, and gears for the seconds, and maybe even smaller gears for microseconds or whatever, right? So you have these gears and gear ratios. That's a fractal too. You can model that as a fractal. So there's this clock fractal that's key to what's going to be said here. So keep that in mind. It's a different perspective, but it's at a level that is at the IQ of like 250, 280, 290, 300. So many people that have an IQ of 100 will not understand what this guy's saying. The ones that have, IQs of above 110, you'll be able to understand this, but you probably have to listen to this twice. If you're at an IQ of 150 or higher, you can listen to this probably once and you get most of it. All right. But if you're at the 180 mark level, which most people are not, you're going to understand right away what this guy's saying. And that there's this set of events that are taking place are going to be, especially the contemporary events in Iran, are going to be profound events. They're going to shape our future very quickly. All right. Now, your feathers are going to be ruffled, all right, when you hear this. All right. There's going to be certain things this guy says that you just don't believe or you don't like to hear because you're on the other side. And if this guy's right, which I think he is, and what he's quoting is thousands of years old. If you're on the wrong side, you're gonna die. You're not gonna live this out. It's done. Now that doesn't mean that you can't repent and get onto the better side. But when that split happens and the clock turns off and you're on the negative side of Esau, you will not be alive. And that includes Israelis. So this is not sugarcoating anything. This is like very raw what this guy's going to say. All right. But it's what's happening. And you can try to think it out. Well, we have a democracy and we're voting and, our opinion matters and blah, 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 blah. That's what you think. There's something bigger happening here. All right. And what you think and what you think that you are doing in terms of self-determination may not necessarily be really self-determination. It's almost predestined, you know, in a way. All right. So listen to this, and it is going to solidify what I've been saying for 2.5 years.
Very important and actually quite appropriate to talk about something which is happening today, and there must be who knows how many thousands and thousands of people walking around and, you know, asking themselves what in the world is going on and really what will happen eventually, because we are looking at not a simple event, we are looking at an existential event that has the possibility or the potential to be the end of Israel. Of course, it won't happen that way. But that's the nature of this event. It's only by the kindness of the Brighteon Israel, because it could stand up to one of the most powerful Islamic nations of all, Iran. Iran is not a simple pushover. I think they have like 90 million people. What does Israel have? Israel has what, 10 million people? And the whole thing is a joke. Israel is as big as New Jersey, and Iran is.
So it's
huge.
important. It's important.
And
This guy, at rabbi, but he's also a PhD in psychology. Very smart guy. All right. It's not him that's so important. It's what he's quoting, which is going back thousands of years. Right. Now, when he said 20 million for Israel, the term Israel can be used two different ways. Israel as the state of Israel, or Israel as the people. So the Jews in the world could be just Israel, or most people would use Israel as the state of Israel, the country of Israel, which would be the 10 million. So that's why he said what he said, because there's a larger concept here. There's the state of Israel, and then there's Israel. All right. The state of Israel may not survive. Israel will rise. All right. So just keep that in mind, based on what Owen was saying, with, you know, his negative comments about Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro and all that. The state of Israel may not survive, but Israel will, because the Temple Mount is going to be rebuilt. So this is, so people just like, it's way beyond country level. It's way beyond that. It's too simplistic to think just at the country level, or, you know, through some sort of international affairs, Westphalian logic. It's way beyond that. This is when you're dealing with a complex system, and it seems like it's hard to understand it, you kind of have to rise above and look at it in a higher dimension. And when you see a mathematical system, or any system that you can model, and you look at it, let's say in a 4-dimensional world, 4 dimensions, and it looks chaotic, you may see the chaos start to abate, and you can see order in the 5th or 6th dimension. And that's what I'm trying to explain here, is that we're looking at the problems of what's happening internationally in typical dimensional world, and not realizing that and it looks chaotic, but if you rise up and look at it from 1 or 2 dimensions more, you actually see the order that's taking place. And this is the clock that I'm talking about.
Fighting, and you know, and obviously the threat is enormous to the Jewish people. So what I'd like to do, I thought it would be very appropriate to explain, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I understand, what is happening, why it's happening.
The quickest way to clear out stuck poop can't go, do this. To clear out stuck poop fast. On June 17th in 2019,
Why it's happening, and really in the end, what will happen, at least to, in many ways, to rest, to put with people with a certain reasonable amount of assurances that everything will be okay, right? And it's not only that, what I will eventually say in this year is that what you are looking at is the beginning of the Geula, as Chazal themselves say, right? You are looking at the, according to Chazal, the beginning of the Messianic era. It's called the Aschalta de Geula, and I will show you what that means and so on. Before I continue, let me say this year should be a
So
blessing and a merit for the
what he does is that he tries to bless certain people that are sick.
and success of the families of Regina Bas Yosef Ruven and Yeshaya ben Yisrael, Benjamin Wolf, Ben Tzvihesh, Baruch ben Benjamin Wolf, Shmuel Ruven, Ben Regina for Shalema, right? And they should all have a source for the dissemination of the Shir.
And also
Esther Libor Bas Chaya Yafa for Shalema, and Shlomo Leib ben Feka for Shlema also, right? Okay. The truth is, what's happening now is unbelievably significant. So I certainly want to allay everybody's fears that we are looking in many ways at probably one of the greatest pieces of news that you will ever hear. In any case, in order to understand what is going on, obviously, you have to understand the divine plan. The problem people have is they have bits and fragments of what God is doing and what he plans. They don't see the totality. So obviously, if they don't see that, like I say, they don't see the scope and the strategies, what God is doing and so on. In order to do that, you have to really know, like I say, the divine plan. So therefore, I will tell you, important information about the divine plan. And then once you understand the plan, then you understand what is going on. You see, it ties everything together. And I will show you that the war with Israel and Iran itself is connected to, not distinct from, but is connected to the Los Angeles riots, even though we don't see that, right? It's also the connect.
Now, this is going to take an hour and 50 minutes, just if I don't intervene. Yeah, of course I will. Versus the 4-minute Owen Schroeder video, all right? This guy is going to show why Owen Schroeder is wrong.
To the dissolution and the deterioration of New York and America in general. It's falling apart, and it really is, and so on, as I will talk about, It's also connected to the imminent collapse of the Israeli government, which we know is happening because of the draft quandary that is going on in Israel. All of these are related with the same principles, the same structure. And this is what you have to understand. They're not separate. they're not distinct and they're not apart from each other. You have to see the unity of God's plan and how really everything is connected. He said, it's like being in a fog, every once in a while, a little piece of area clears up and you could see something clear. But around it is all vague and foggy, as they say, right? But really, it's really one area, and when the fog lifts, you see the whole space and so on. Same idea, different parts of time are fogged over, so you don't see how they're connected with other areas that are more clear. So I'm going to show you how really everything you're looking at today basically is really one idea, except some things are obvious, most things are not. So I want to try to remove the fog and give you what's called the framework from which to understand everything going on and so on. Okay, so I will tell you certain
And I want to
information.
interject, there's one other concept that he knows but hasn't mentioned. This has already happened. It's already set. It's already happened. We're living just through it. Even though we feel as though we have decisions, that we have some sort of determination. But what we determine from our time point has already been set, has already been decided in the next time point. And God sees this where time is shown at all time. See, we only see time where we're at and behind us, not in front of us. But if you go up one dimension, one additional dimension, you can see all time. And all time means that you've seen all decisions that took place. This has already happened. It's what the physicists call the time loaf.
Critical to understand in general, and you will hopefully derive tremendous amount of pleasure from this. First, and obviously the ideas that I say can be talked about and labored upon extensively, but obviously I can't do that. So I'm just going to mention different ideas as clear as I can, and not extensive, just to give you, some type of familiarity with some of these important movements in Hashkafa, in the divine plan. Okay, so how do we understand the Iran-Israel war? What does it mean? How will it end? And so on. And why is it happening? And it's astounding how many things it's connected to that people don't realize. So, here goes.
Lowe's and Home Depot both can't stand when you do this, but there's nothing they can do to stop you. This new $80 jet.
After the sin of Adam, which I'm not going to go into, after the sin of Adam, the world entered a different stage. The world of materialism, which is called Geshem, and that's all it was pure Geshem, entered a different stage. It combined with a force, an angelic force called a Satan, who's a Malach, an angel, you see. And that generated 8 different forces called nations of the world. Now, obviously, I'm skipping a lot of ideas, but basically, there are 8 nations of the world. Ultimately, and there are many nations of the world, obviously, but 8 of them have a certain supremacy, okay? they will play, or I should say, wreak havoc with the Jewish people, 8 of them. They are assigned to move the Jewish people along on the process of tikkun. Now remember what tikkun is. Tikkun is repair, to correct. Okay, and what must be repaired? We are enjoined to repair the world from the damage that Odom Harishon did. Very simply, he introduced a satanic force, a force of evil that has its own power. And he introduced that into the world of Geshem, materialism. So we are now a world of Geshem, materialism, that is married to a force of evil. And that force of evil enters innately into man, into material in general. It introduced the concept of deterioration, decomposition, or death. So we live in a world that is always dying. You see, it has a force of good, in the sense that a force of, health and so on. But there's always an opposing force, right, that seeks to destroy, to decompose, to deteriorate matter, which of course leads in the world of living things, death, and in the world of, in general, energy, the dissolution of energy. And that is known as the second law of thermodynamics, the decomposition of all things, all energy fields or states. That's all part of the satanic force, and so on. Our job is to get rid of this, right? To eliminate or to remove this satanic force. That's our job. That's called tikkun. You see, to restore the world to its pristine state of what it was at the time of Odom Harishon, without the satanic force involved in the world itself. You see, in any case, I've spoken about this extensively before. So our job is called the tikkun, to remove it completely, to restore the world to a state of pure materialism. And then once this world becomes purely material, to begin a process called transformations of reality, where not only have we removed the satanic force, but we have also removed, besides the satanic force, we have removed the materialism into spirituality, right? We turn the world into a spiritual place, not merely a place devoid of materialism. And that will happen in the Messianic era. That's Tchesanism. No more death. Well, guess what? What does no more death mean? No more death is not just no more death, but it's the end of a basic manifestation of that satanic force, the ability to decompose matter, and so on. And the world becomes not material, but it becomes spiritual. And then, like I said this before in previous shul, to remove the material force, or the spiritual force, I should say, into a divine force, and so on. But I'm not going to repeat the other shir. I'm just saying that's called tikkun. We need to correct. We need to repair constantly until we reach the final stage of perfection, which is basically Habo, which is the future world. And here, there's no.
Hi, I'm Joe Delaney. Today we're going to talk about what's the fastest way to get to a 10% body fat and still look and feel okay when you get there. But before we start,
And here, there's no more correction. Everything automatically changes higher and higher reality, which we have no comprehension of the meaning of that. Anyway, but in this world, in order to remove that force, there are 8 opposing nations that keep us sort of like on the way, what are they? Well, the first one was Egypt. That was the first nation to oppose us. Okay, that's one. And then we have the 4 nations that oppose us, right? That are throughout the rest of history, basically. Who are they? They are Babylon, Persia, and Media, whatever, Greece, and Rome. And Rome, each one, Rome itself changes, but it's basically called Rome. Rome is Edom or Esau, right? And Esau itself transforms into different subnations. But those are 4, so we have 5 altogether so far. Then at the end of time.
Let me interject here. Now, Rome, remember what happened in Rome? It was the big increase in Christianity, all right? If it wasn't for Rome, Christianity probably wouldn't have expanded as much as it did. Now, if Rome is attached to Esau, Edom is attached to Esau, and Esau breaks and turns into positive and negative Esau, it's the Christians within Edom that help for the alignment of positive Esau with Jacob. Jacob is the Old Testament. Christians are in the New Testament. Many of those Christians, all right, will, most likely Catholic, but many of those Christians will repent and align itself with Jacob. This is where Edom, Rome, is fractured and tested. The ones that don't repent, that are pacifists, that are trying to be self-centered, they stay with negative Esau. Now, Rome can be also representative of Western civilization, and the United States falls in line with that. All right. This is where Owen, that I was talking about earlier in this video, gets it wrong. He doesn't see this. He doesn't see this. And what the rabbi's saying here is that these nations had to happen to allow for this eventual pinch point of the Messianic era. And that people have to make a decision. Are you going to be doing the tikkun process? Are you going to be doing the repenting process? Are you going to align with this or not? There's a choice. What you choose has already been decided. You don't know it because you're not in that future time point. But whatever you choose has already been decided. It's already played out. It's just you don't know that. So Rome had to happen. The point I'm making is Rome had to happen to allow for Christianity to grow to a point where there was enough Christians to be tipping the scale where positive Esau and Jacob win out over negative Esau. Now, he doesn't say that, but that's one of the implications of what he's talking about.
The 3 major nations that will intervene with us, and they are the Messianic nations that will bring about the Messianic era and so on. Is the last one I mentioned was Rome, then Yishmael, which are the Arabs, or I should say the Muslims. And then what's interesting is there's a nation which isn't the true nation. It are the Jews. the Jews that wish to rebel against Judaism, they oppose the rule of the Torah. They want to become secular.
And this is the Jews that Owen was talking about, and how they don't, they want to be a pacifist. They don't want, they want everything to be copacetic. Now you got to remember, Satan is attached to negative Esau. So it's not just Iran's theocratic regime that's a problem. All right. In the news, when you hear like Fox News or even CNN, Iran, it's more complicated than just Iran. You have a military apparatus, you have the theocratic apparatus, and you have the secular apparatus. All right. The secular apparatus is positive Esau. The military and the theocratic apparatus is negative Esau. In Israel, the state of Israel, you have followers and non-followers. The non-followers are actually higher in population. So this isn't Satan is attached to that side. That side has to lose power, and the ones that do follow the Torah, they need to increase in power. So Satan weakens. All right. But people like Owen, they're saying, well, we can't knock out the Ayatollah. We can't knock out the nuclear, nuclear capability of Iran. The United States should be just sitting on the sidelines. We should be a pacifist. Well, that's what Satan wants. Just like Satan's trying to convince the Jewish people at large in the state of Israel, don't follow Torah.
Every other nation, but they want to remain Jews, but Jews not as Torah-abiding Jews, but as Jews that wish to become the same identity as any other nation. And they're called the Arab. So they're not a nation; they're really a sub-nation, which is part of Judaism. Those last three, Esau or Edom, that's what the name is, right? Which is today Western civilization, and which is composed.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. I don't waste time, and I definitely don't waste money. I joined Start Engine as a strategic advisor and a shareholder.
And which is composed of three sub. One is called Russia, second is Europe, the third is the United States. Those three constitute the basic Western civilization, and they are known today as Edom or Esau, and so on. And the second nation I mentioned is Yishmael, which is Islam, which are basically the Muslims, primarily, although there are different types of Muslims, the Arabs and so on. There are other types of Arab Muslims. There's the Turks, the Indonesians, and so on. But that's who they are. And the third nation, the sub-nation, is called the Arab. You have to focus on those three, because those three are the ones that will usher in, ultimately, the Messianic era. So you got to keep that in mind if you want to understand. As we will see, which is very interesting, the word Islam, if you spell it in Hebrew.
No, this is pretty deep what he's going to say here. But as you can see, it's so much more complicated than what Owen Schroyer stated. It's so much more complicated than what is stated in Al Jazeera or on Israeli TV or with what Netanyahu's saying. There's something bigger happening, but you don't see it unless you look at this at a spiritual dimension, at a soul root dimension here. And again, this is not something that is just an imagination of myself or other people. This was written down 2,000 years ago. Just people weren't paying attention. And when he starts talking about the clock, then everything starts to click. And then you'll go, holy shit. For the ones that are right on the fence with positive Esau or negative Esau, you're going to start realizing that you need to make a decision now or you're fucked.
So Aleph Samach is Lamed Mem, Lam, Islam. Okay. It's interesting that the word Islam has the exact letters as the name of the Satan, the devil. Every angel has a name, he has a role. Satan.
So Islam has the same letters in Hebrew as Satan. All right. His Hebrew name. All right. Now, what did I say about Al Jazeera? You look at the logo, what does it fucking look like? It looks like a devil coming out of fire. I've been saying this for years. Not since October 7th. I've been saying this ever since I saw the logo. And why is everything seeming to accelerate with nuclear, a nuclear weapon by Iran, potential nuclear proliferation between the Sunnis and the Shias? See, the fire and death and destruction, fear. These are all things that Satan gains power from.
Means an adversary, but that's his role. It's always an adversary trying to trip you up. But he also has a divine name, just like Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Uriel. They're all angels. They have their own names. Satan has his own name. And it's, I'll say it once because I don't like to mention his name, Samuel. Every angel has a name, and he has the name of God attached to his name. Because basically what he is an agent of God. So therefore there's always an ale attached to his name. So the word Islam actually has the letters Samuel.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set up
Samuel. Why? Because Islam and the Sultan are basically the same thing, you know. And I wouldn't go into mention why, but that's important. The actual name Islam is the name of the Sultan. In any case, which is interesting. Anyway, those are the three nations and so on, you know. Second idea, which is very important, where do they derive their power from? You know, these nations. Well, they all derive it from the Sultan, right? In the beginning, which is very important, and this forms a feature, you know, a fundamental feature of the Sultan. It used to be that he was independent. Everything exists because the God's power flows to these beings. Everything that exists is powered by God. What powers it? The spheres. The spheres are divine emanations that have the ability to create and power things. Everything is powered by the divine energy of the spheres. So the Sultan used to be powered by himself, you know, but his job is to corrupt man, to get them to deviate from the will of God, which is called a sin. So when man fell, when the Satan, actually as a Nachash Kadmoni, the snake, right, tempted Chava, Eve, to sin, right? That's what he did, which of course was terrible and so on, you know. Then God said that because he said to Eve, Chava, and Adam, because you accepted the advice of the serpent to eat from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from, your job in the beginning was to ignore his advice not to eat from that tree. So his influence, which is called Zoyama, would not enter your body, would not enter the universe. And therefore the universe would remain pure Geshem, materialism. But you took his advice, you ate from the tree, so his power now entered your universe. So your job no longer is to do what? Is to ignore his advice. Your job is to kill him, the serpent. You gave him existence by allowing yourself to believe in what he said is true. You must eradicate that. Mida keneged mida, you see. So the question is, wait a minute, how can I can ignore the serpent, maybe, but how do I kill the guy? You know, we're looking here at an angel that is far more powerful than we can ever imagine. So God said, what I will do is I will tie his existential ability to live to you based on your acts. In other words, if you do my will, then you will bring down holiness. You will eject his Zayama, his influence over the physical universe. You will reject it, right? And he will not have a powerful source because he needs to be unique. He needs your power source, which is the light of the spheres. That's what he needs to live. So if you sin, if you don't do the will of God, then he has no power source. However, if you sin, then he will derive that light that you would have gotten, he will derive and use it for his own existence, right? And he will be able to empower himself to do terrible things. So essentially, it's combat, right? And
Now, think
that's how
about
you
this.
can kill him.
Think about this. At our time point, we don't know if we'll have the temple rebuilt because it's in the future. The ones that believe take the perspective that it will happen. Now, Satan, if he can corrupt enough people within Iran or within the Middle East to nuke Israel, the temple can't be rebuilt. See, the same issue. If Hitler killed off the Kohanim, not just trying to kill off all the Jews, but just killed all the Kohanim, the temple couldn't be rebuilt. See, now what will happen is that because it's already happened in the future, we just don't know it yet. That nuclear weapon doesn't get detonated, and in Jerusalem can rebuild the temple. And the Kohanim are alive, and the red heifers are sacrificed. I don't understand. One thing I don't understand that has happened in the last 2.5 years is why the red heifers haven't been slaughtered yet. I do not get that. Assuming that they haven't been. Maybe they have, and they just don't want to talk about it. But I just don't get that part of it. All right, so just keep that in mind. It would behoove Satan to actually have Jerusalem nuked. What do you hear from Iran's Ayatollah? Now, if you were Satan attached to Esau, all right, and you have the Ayatollah saying that they're going to fight against the great Satan, which is the United States, according to the Ayatollah, and the little Satan is Israel. and they're building nuclear weapons. Wouldn't it be wouldn't it be logical that Satan wants to convince the rest of the world that his adversary is the evil one, right? I guess all conflicts, the other side, the opponent, the adversary is always the evil one. People can make that argument, but Satan will want to convince others that who Iran is fighting against, the United States and Israel, that their war, that the Iranian war, the Iranian push for nuclear weapons is justified. That's one of the side issues of this that he's talking about.
In other words, you can remove all evil by doing the will of God. It's only if you don't do the will of God that you enable him to exist and to flourish and to be powerful. And what he can then do is give this power over to nations of the world to try to destroy you. There arises, I should say, the nations that I mentioned, the 8 nations of the world. They derive their power source from God. Well, everybody derives it from God, but they derive their power source from the Sultan himself. He is the generator to them. Where does he derive it from? From you, from your sinning. That's the chain of events that occurs, that is responsible for all destruction and evil. And these are the nations that.
What would it feel like to wake up on your terms, work from anywhere, and actually enjoy what you do while helping others?
And these are the nations that enslave, they create tremendous exile, suffering, death to the Jews. These 8 nations, you see. So that's a very important idea. They all urinate. Urinate means to nourish. They all get their power source from the power or the holiness of the spheres, which the Jew provides the Sultan by his sinning. It's astounding when you think about that. Actually, when you really think about that, that's midas hadin. It's justice. You sin, so you empower an evil force to exist and enslave you, right? And the Sultan can't do it himself because he can only interact with the physical world as an angel. He gets his agents, his proxies, as they say, these 8 nations, you see. So that's a very important idea, that it is the holiness that the Jew brings down to remove these evil forces that you actually provide. Okay, that's a very important idea. The power source of the Sultan, the power source of these nations now, right? That are enabled to destroy us and so on. In any case, okay, so these are fundamental ideas. However, what is interesting is obviously the redemption is where not only you do not give any more power to the Sultan, and he can't give it to the nations because he doesn't have it, right? But you have to take it back. All the sins gave him power, which he gave to the nations. You need to take it back. Therefore, there has to be a time, or else there's no redemption. Well, you have taken it all back. It's got to end, right? That means all what's called, they have a name, the sparks of holiness, the Tzitze Kedusha, they're all taken back, right, to you. And therefore evil ends, right? Okay, so that can us to think about, well, how does it work? Okay, So our job, like I said, is tikkun, which is repair, and therefore we are enjoined to do the tikkun HaKloli. Right. All of the power that the Sultan has, the sparks of holiness, has to be transferred to the Jews. And then once that happens, the tikkun continues, which we don't even have to do, basically. It happens automatically. And those are called reality transformations. And it goes from, this world becomes a messianic world. Messianic world becomes the world of Asir, the different worlds of spirituality, and ultimately transforms to the future world. Of course, the initial start of this is Olam Haba, is the Messianic era, Yemos HaMashiach. That's the start of this. Okay. But like I said, it's got to end soon. It's got to end at some time. Does it end? And the answer is yes. But I'm going to tell you something which I don't think a lot of people know. And then you'll understand something very interesting about what is going on. This idea is very important. Sukkot. I don't want to go into the whole thing for that. I would advise, if you want, to listen to the shir about Sukkot, which I just gave previously on last Sukkot, to understand really what Sukkot is and so on, what its spiritual repercussions. But if you take a look at Sukkot, what Sukkot really is, without going into anything at length, is that Sukkot is a restoration of the original contract, agreement with the Jews and God, with the Israel Jews and God. The original contract between the Rebbeinu Shalom and Avram Avinu, and then of course what happened at Matan Torah, was that we will do His will. We will do His will, the mitzvahs, and He will therefore reward us and give us Olam Haba, the future world, for eternity. That was the original contract. But after the sin of the golden calf, obviously the contract was broken. So the Rosham, the Luchas Rishonis shattered the first Luchas, the first laws, 10 Commandments, and so on. And Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Har Sinai 3 times. In any case, in the end, he came down by Yom Kippur, right? And he forgave the Jews. But what about the contract?
This is Sundays for Dogs. Sundays is human-grade, air-dried dog food. 90% meat, 10% superfoods, 0.
But what about the contract? The contract really was broken because the Jews had broken it. So what God did, He says, I'm now going to restore the contract in a second form, right? And He did. He restored the contract. What was the restoration of the contract? Sukkot. We have to observe 7 days or whatever, right? 7 days. And that's our statement, it's our signature. We will do the mitzvahs. And those are represented by the four simonim, and so on, the Esrog and the Lulav and the Andasim and the Aravas and so on. Without getting into that. But so that was our signature, you see. But wait a minute, a contract is bilateral. It needs God's signature to agree. You need 2 people to have a contract. So God also said, okay, I'm going to throw a day into the mix, right? And I'm going to put my signature. And what is that? Shmini Atzeres. That's why there are no mitzvahs really on Shmini Atzeres, because that is God's affirmation that He's signing off on Olam Haba, right? So Shmini Atzeres really is God's signature to the contract that there will be an end, right? That He will bring the Messianic era, and He will bring us to Olam Haba. That's what Shmini Atzeres. Well, now you understand something very, very interesting. That's the case, right? That we now understand. when did October 7th happen? When did this happen? This happened on Shmini Atzeres. Why? Because what God was telling us, I'm now coming to fulfill my signature. Right. It's going to happen on my day that the messianic process is going to begin. Right. And that's exactly what is happening, you see. And that's the significance of Shmini Atzeres, which is
you have all these people that were saying that Israel wasn't going to win, that Israel wasn't going to be able to root out Hezbollah and Hamas, and that Iran would still be 2.5 years later. Hamas is destroyed, Hezbollah is destroyed, Syria is melted away, Iran is on the verge of collapse. But you had Scott Ritter saying that Israel was going to fall. I'm telling you, God is blessing Israel. Now, what is interesting, and when he's talking about the breaking of the first tablets or cubes, they weren't even tablets, they were cubes. So the 10 commandments were in a cube form, where if you put them together, all the sides were of the same dimension. So when you split it apart, they were halved. All right. So it was like a crystal. It was like there was a charge that if you took the cubes apart, if you took the cube and you pulled it apart, it was charged. All right. So it was a cube that was broken, and then it was remade by Moses. All right. So this breaking of the cube, because of the golden calf, is a rhythm of a signal that first started with Adam eating from the tree of knowledge, and that there had to be there had to be a rectification, a tikkun rectification that took place. There had to be a rectification that had to take place with the golden calf and the smashing of the tablets or the cube, and that's where you get Yom Kippur and the last day or the day after Sukkot. This whole idea of this rebirth, rectification, restoration. There's this hint that in sequence that has been going on for thousands of years from the moment of time with the eating of the tree of knowledge. Now, whatever that means, was it a real person that ate from a tree or from barley or, ate a date or whatever? Or is it a metaphor? Now, people that are really religious say that it actually happened, but I think it's a little bit more deeper than that. There's something deeper about this metaphor of eating from the tree of knowledge that led to the bringing in of evil, and that the need to rectify this and to kill evil, to bring back to a period of time where there isn't decay. We have decay, right? But once evil is removed, decay doesn't happen anymore. All right, this is a deep concept that is hard to fully understand. What exactly does this mean? Does that mean that there is no such thing as decay of the material? This seems to be changing, thermodynamics. What does this really mean? It's a deep concept here. Okay, all right. But the point I'm making is that there's a rhythm, a signal, there's a sequence, there's a fractal that's coming from Adam and being expelled from the Garden of Eden and needing to go through a rectification process and this breaking of the cube to set in motion the ability for redemption to be able to continue on with the rectification process of the seeker.
God's signature that he's going to redeem us and give us Olam Haba. Unfortunately, it had to incorporate tremendous amount of suffering. Okay, because that's what the Jews.
Tesla stock is crashing. The headlines say Elon's empire is collapsing. But what if they're all dead wrong? Tech insider Jeff Brown.
Okay, because that's what the Jews had to have because of justice, and they had to suffer. And we all know what happened on Shmini Atzeres.
And another thing that's really strange, remember Israel, Elon has God's name in it. He has a tag of God in it. It's like Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk. Elon Musk needs to be merged together. Elon. So it's like El Anmu. Elon is a special character in this whole play. You don't get to his power unless you're blessed. You don't get to his level of success unless you're blessed.
There was a tremendous amount of sinning. I mean, it was astounding to hear some of this Averis committed, on what the Jews were doing, on the Chil Yontif, the desecration of the Yontif. But obviously, it's not only that. God looks at the complete sins of the Jews, and he has to satisfy justice. And unfortunately, for the redemption to proceed, right, it had to have this type of suffering. And only God knows the exact cheshbon, which is the exact reckoning and so on, But whatever it was, someday he will explain it to us. But that's what happened. But what I'm saying is, Shmini Atzeres wasn't by accident. Shmini Atzeres is the beginning of the redemption. Right? That is a very important message to us about what God is now doing. Right? He's now putting in his terms to bring the redemption. Now you may wonder, really? It's incredible. That puts a whole different slant on October 7th, even though it's terrible and so on. Like I say, God will someday explain every aspect, the hostages, everybody that died, and so on, the IDF and so on. He will explain. But this is basically what's happening. Now you may ask me, wait a minute, how do you know this? And so on. Well, in order to really understand what's happening, you need to know a medrash that is brought down by the Yalkut Shimoni, very old medrash that is authentic. It's one of the most authentic of the midrashim, Yalkut Shimoni, and it has many midrashim that is not even extant and so on. Here's what it says. It says this in Yeshayahu, right? Which is really the second chelik, second volume, okay? I think it's section 500. It talks about Mashiach ben Yosef. A whole section on Mashiach ben Yosef, which is fascinating. And here's one of the things it says, okay, that at the end of time, this is a prophecy. Remember, the Yalkut Shimoni this medrash was written 2,000 years ago. It's astounding that they knew this. It says at the end of time, Porus, which is Persia, which of course is Iran. will war with Arabia. That's what it says, with Arab. Arabia will war with Arabia, and he will seek to destroy Arabia. Right. And Arabia will then consult Egon. Okay. And Iran or Persia will do what? Will begin to war to destroy the world. This is what it says, you see. And Israel, the Jewish people, will be frightened. And they'll go back and forth with tremendous fear. I mean, we're talking here about a lot of destruction and so on, you know. And then all of a sudden, and this is the incredible statement, all of a sudden, a basko, a divine voice will come out. Obviously, a divine voice, not many people will hear it, but it will happen. A divine voice will come out and say the following. Here goes. Higia zman geulaschem. The time of your redemption has arrived. This is God talking, by the way. All that I have done for you means everything, all that I have done in the sense of allowing Persia to frighten, to threaten the world, I have done for your sake, which means for the sake of Israel. Okay? And therefore, this is basically the last war. It's astounding. So what God is saying, that at the end of time, Paras, Persia, Iran, obviously is going to have the means, right, to war with Arabia, which is exactly what it did. It sent, drones, if you recall, to Arabia and blew up a lot of their oil fields. Exactly. So, of course, they went to the United States to seek, you know, being allies and so on. It's exactly what happened, right? And not only that, how in the world does Persia have the ability to frighten the world? And of course they do. Not only are they a major evil force, not just in the Middle East, but in the entire world, through themselves, through their proxies, to all the different, agents that they have throughout the world. Iran is one of the greatest evil forces, if not one of the greatest in the world today. How many people have died since Khomeini, the original Khomeini in 1979, came into power? How many people are dead because of him? How much unsettling is there because of Iran? How much anxiety and pain and suffering has happened with guys like Khomeini, Soleimani, without going through the whole cast of characters of Iran? You know, look.
Losing your train of thought mid-sentence, walking into a room and forgetting why. It's easy to blame stress, lack of sleep, or aging, but
you know, look, we don't realize the pain that one human affects the world, let alone the millions of people that are being killed by Iran and the proxies. Forget about it. I'm not even talking about North Korea, China, or communism, Russia. Just Iran itself has committed so much crimes, it's almost unimaginable, right? And this is what's been happening for 45 years. It's incredible, you know. So this is what it says. Higias Mangulaschem. This is it. The war between the Jews and Iran is the last war. And you have a Basko, which I'm sure has come out already. It'd be great if you heard it, right? That this is the last war. But more important, not only is it the last war, Higias Mangulaschem. The time of your redemption has arrived. We're talking here redemption. We're not talking here about a respite. We're talking about the end. That's what this is. And of course, it was initiated, this whole war against eventually Iran, because it's been, of course, generated by Iran on October 7th, which is Shmini Atzeres. So God is signing on his end of the bargain, his end of the deal. This is it. And I'm starting it now, even if it starts in a very, very bad way. And that is what is happening. That's how we know. So the good news, the bad news, of course, is that it's being preceded by such terrible amount of agony and so on. But the good news is that apparently, according to the Medrash, the redemption begins on October 7th. Right. So the very day that we are commemorating as a terrible day is the day of redemption. Right. Unfortunately, that's the way it had to start, and so on. See. In any case, that is why.
Now, if the rabbi is right and the midrash is correct, then Owen is on the wrong side. And this is the point I'm making about the splitting of the soul roots. Now, redemption isn't like right away. And when he's saying the last war, it kind of scares me in a way. Because is it the last war against Israel, or is it the last war in the world? Now, I think he's meaning the last war with Israel, and that this whole Middle Eastern conflict ends. But that means that the United States still has to fight the war with China. Or does that mean that all wars end? Now, if it's all wars that end, then peace will rapidly happen between the United States and China, which I doubt that will happen. What scares me is that this Iranian conflict may speed up the actual war in the Pacific. That I don't know. That I got to kind of think about here.
This is where this is all leading now. So that's the first idea. Fine. But obviously there's more that you have to know. So you now get the overall picture, but this is what you have to know. Second thing I want to talk about, okay, is a very important time piece. There's a calendar that you have to be aware of. And that calendar will reveal many ideas and many historical events, which is really remarkable. The world was created in 6 days. That we know, right? Gracious. Of those days, without getting into the other 5, the last day, which is the 6th day, is what? Is Friday.
This is important to know.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then the 6,000th year, of which we are in, is equivalent to Friday.
Let me just plug some products here because this is important. He starts to talk about the clock. All right. Take it from the perspective of a Fibonacci sequence. Right. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C and magnesium. This is a dual purpose supplement. This will help with your skin. It'll also help with your immune system, and magnesium is very important for brain function and increases the efficacy of D3. Magnesium and zinc helps with the immune system and again helps with brain function. Drink it with filtered water. Detoxifying your body is super important. Take zeolite every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink filtered water every day. And what this will do is bind to heavy metals, toxins, chemicals, and it'll allow you to urinate them out in about 6 to 8 hours. Do this every day. Some people do a heavier detox. That for those individuals, take 5 drops to 10 small drops every day. drink it with filtered water until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. But I prefer just the maintenance dose throughout the whole year. Taking heirloom barley, this is a high density protein, will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You get a big scooper. This is very important to take every day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk, but take it every day to detoxify your body, bring down that inflammation. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your joints, you're helping your immune system, and you're helping with your vascular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. And get the drops and the lozenges. I have cherry flavor, honey and lemon for the drops, and also blueberry. You get 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Take them right when you have that irritation. So you're creating that barrier. You're creating the secretions. You're helping the mucosal lining and the health of the epithelial cells in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. Super important. Take it right away, no matter what the season is. I also have lozenges in stock, elderberry zinc. Get a few bags for your household. You get 21 in each bag. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Pay attention to what the rabbi is saying here. Again, he's a Ph.D. also. This guy's very smart, right? But the thing is that he's referencing material that is 2,000 years old. You got to pay attention here. All right. And then as it progresses in the video, he tells you his opinion about Obama. And it's not, he doesn't sugarcoat it. All right. So pay attention to the clock, the calendar. It's a fib sequence. All right.
Right? So you have 6 days it was created, and the last day is called Friday. Friday is Erev Shabbos. Of all the days of the calendar, that calendar, 6 days of creation, Friday, which is the last one, which we are in, is Erev Shabbos, which is really the most important of all the days. In fact, the Gemara says that the world will last for 6,000 years. Shisa alfei shnin kedu alma, that the world will last 6,000 years. That's what the Gemara says. You see, 1,000 days for each of the 6 days, because a day of God is equivalent to 1,000 years of ours, as it says in Tehillim, and so on, and so on. So therefore, we know that the world will last for 6 days.
So it's a concept of days, hours, and years. All right. So it depends on your time frame. All right. It's almost like a price chart for stock trading in a way. You can look at trading at a minute level. You can look at it at a 5-minute level, or an hourly level, or a day level, or a week level, right? Depends on what time frame that you want to take a look at this. Yeah. And you see different dynamics, price dynamics. You'll notice in a price chart that things, if you look at it microscopically in seconds, market looks very chaotic. And you start to look out at the minute level, you start to see structure. You move out farther, it sees further structure. All right. Same thing in a subatomic level. In the subatomic level, like with quarks, right? It looks chaotic. Well, you zoom out to the atom level, it has order. You zoom out to, let's say, at a molecule level, you see further order. You zoom out farther and you see further order, right? So the farther you zoom out, the more order you start to see. All right, this is pretty powerful stuff here that we're talking about. So even though we have this kind of like day-to-day activity or hour-to-hour activity in our lives, if you zoom out for, let's say, 1 decade, you see a structure that emerges of your life. Or you zoom out the whole life of a human being, you see further structure. You zoom out farther, you see societal structure that takes place. You don't see the societal structure so much if you're just zoomed in your day-to-day activity. Right? But let's continue here.
6 days, 6,000 years. That means the world will end in the English year 2240, which happens to be 215 years from now. So most of the world's time has ended based on this accounting.
But it's
Okay,
important
so
to
that's
understand.
important.
It's important to understand what he means by the world ending. He means the death of Satan, where there's more spirituality and there's a change of the material. Doesn't mean that everyone's dead, but there's a inflection point. There's a change that takes place. Now he's going to go further into this, but it doesn't mean the end of the world means death. It doesn't mean that. It just means an end of this decline that was happening since the expulsion from Garden of Eden.
Now, if you take a look at this calendar, right, 6 days, 6,000 years, we are in 5,000.
This is the fastest proven way that actually removed my eye bags and wrinkles. People don't believe I'm 65 anymore, and my friends are convinced I secretly had a face.
5,785. So there's only 215 years left to go. Not much time. And the Messianic era has to begin before, and it has to end in the English year 6,000, which is 2240. Right? That's when it ends. So we got to get into it, right? And then go through it, and then it ends. So we don't have much time, because the Messianic era itself is astounding, right? So all we have is 215 years to get into an astounding era. And that is why we are seeing the rapidity.
Now,
of
just
events.
imagine the last 100 years of technology. You look at it from the societal level and that structure that emerges, and extrapolate out 215 years from now. What technology will be? You can't even get your mind around it. It's going to be a different world. It's going to be like what caveman would think of our world would be comparable to what we would think of the world 215 years from now.
Happening. Right. So there are many important years of the last day, Friday. The first one, which I will just briefly say,
All right, so we're in the Friday. Okay, so there's 7 days of the week, right? The seventh day is this major spiritual rebirth, rest. Mankind rests. All right, we're in Friday, but Friday has a time. It's a full 24 hours. And that Friday is mapped in the 5,000th year, the era, 5,000 year era, millennia. All right. And depending on where you are in the time of that day, like a quarter of that day would be a quarter of the 1,000 years, so 250 years. So if you let's say are dealing with 12 hours within the Friday, you are now 5,500 years. You're 500 years in the 1,000 year because you're halfway. You're 12. You've gone through 12 hours of that day. That's what he's saying here. So it's a day is mapped in 1,000 years.
One was Friday, the beginning of Friday, which is the English year 5,000, which is 5,000, right? Because 5,000 years have passed. Friday, right? And the English year of 5,000, which is Friday, Thursday night, actually at 6 p.m., is 1240. And the Zohar says something very interesting about that, which I will not dwell on. The Zohar says that at the year 5,000, which is Friday, the beginning of Friday, right, the English year 1240, the Messianic light will come down, right? The Messianic light will come down. Why?
The beginning of Friday. The very beginning of Friday, because the way the Jews view this, it's sundown that the day starts. So Friday starts sundown Thursday night. That moment in time is a divine light is coming down. All right. And you'll see this progression that's taking place. Now, that time period, he's saying in the current calendar, in the secular calendar, is 1240. In the Jewish calendar, it's 5,000. Okay. Now, what happens in 1240?
Friday, it's Erev Shabbos. That's when 1240, 5,000 is, which is incredible. Did that happen? And I will just very briefly say it and so on, you know. Yes, because 1240 basically is the beginning of science. That's when Roger Bacon, right? Roger Bacon lived that the people consider the beginning of the scientific method where they got away from Aristotle, right? That was the real beginning of science around 1240, and Roger Bacon lived in 1240. So that's the beginning of science. And science is the messianic light of the secular world. It's really what it is, by the way. It's not just secular knowledge. The secular world itself has messianic information. And Roger Bacon.
Right. And this is why I said that knowledge and prowess in a country is through the blessing of the Kav. Kav is the energy flow from the divine realm. This energy flow came down on 1240 and starts to emerge. Okay. Now, again, you're talking about a timeline of 1,000 years. All right. But there's this beginning. And so when someone like Owen is saying, well, the United States needs to be, a pacifist, he's losing the point that the United States is the United States because of the Kav. It's because of the blessing. It's because of we have a certain stance within major events within these 1,000 years of activity. We have a major role to play, but the pacifists don't see this. They think that it's just all through self-determination. There wasn't a blessing and blah, blah. No, wrong. The Kav that started to flow in 1240, before even the founding of the nation, the United States, before it was even discovered, right, was already set in motion. Now, if you want to go against the grain, against the Kav, you're not going to get the blessing. And that's what Owen's doing. Owen is going against the Kav.
Was the beginning of science, and he lived in year 1240. And the Zohar says
The quickest way to clear out stuck poop can't go, do this to clear out stuck poop fast. On June 17th in 2019, my mom.
And the Zohar says that the Messianic light will come down in the year 1240. And not only that, not only for secular information, but also, right, when you think about it, that's when Kabbalah started. And Kabbalah is the Messianic light of Judaism, right? That's when the Zohar discovered in 1292 or whatever, and the same thing. So the inner meaning of reality.
So the Zohar discovered in 1292. Now, Kabbalah actually goes all the way back to Mount Sinai. There were three things that came down on Mount Sinai: the oral law, the written law, and Kabbalah. But it wasn't written down. Then there is the destruction of the temple, and there was a concern of loss of the oral tradition. So there was the writing of the Gemara. There was the writing down of the Mishnah, and there was the texts in secret that were written on Kabbalah that was resurfaced in 1290. So that's why I say that the Zohar is thousands of years old, because it is. It's just that it came to the surface in 1290. Okay, and this is all happening with Messianic light. It's just starting to come in on the beginning of the Friday day in the 5,000 year era. Okay.
The Kabbalah on the part of Judaism was science on the concept of the worldly knowledge and so on, actually started around the year 1240. And that's what the Zohar
coming
said.
in together.
The Messianic light.
Zohar is science.
Then the next pivotal year, and by the way, I will just mention something without going into its significance, right? That's when the Rambam lived, and he changed the format from the standard form of Bavli, Gemara. He changed it to the Mishnah Torah, which is Yediyos, which is information, facts, as opposed to the development of sugyas, of advanced knowledge and so on, or problem solving. And that is also.
So what basically what he's saying is you have 2040 with scientific method. You have Zohar resurfacing, and you have the Rambam changing the method of absorbing information very quickly. So it may take someone 7 years to read the Talmud, all of the Talmud, while you can do it in all of it in 1 year. So the Rambam created a system to be able to absorb knowledge very quickly in 1 year. Now the Rambam was a polymath, all right? He was a mathematician and historian and a biblical scholar and a lawyer in terms of Judaism, and a doctor, a medical physician, so you had these three things happening at the same time: scientific method, the Zohar, which is like quantum physics of spirituality, and it's very hard to understand, And then you have the Rambam showing a method to be able to absorb knowledge very quickly.
Change of the form of Torah. In any case, the next pivotal date is 1740, which is the year, right? 5,500. Right, that's 1740.
Halfway.
And that is the equivalent of Amud HaShachar, dawn of Friday, another pivotal day. And what happened in those days was that it was right before, that was the era of the colonies. The colonies, US colonies that ultimately became
this
United
is where Owen is getting it wrong. The actual messianic light that's coming down in 1240 is tied to the founding of the colonies in the United States. We are a major player in this 6,000 year-ish thing that's going to happen. We're in the 5,000 era that launches in that 6,000 years. That makes that inflection point. See, these pacifists don't understand this. And this is the reason why. If you're a pacifist, you are a negative side of Esau. You will die. You will die. When this happens, when this thing when the clock stops, you will die from this.
Which was very important for the Messianic process. And in Europe, it preceded the French Revolution, which is the whole beginning of Renaissance and Reformation and so on. Without getting into all that, it's another pivotal time period. The next pivotal time period was 1840. 1840 is 5,600, which is the equivalent basically of Netzachano, sunrise. Again, from
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. You know, I don't waste time, and I definitely don't waste money. I joined Start Engine as a strategic advisor and a shareholder and a paper.
sunrise. Again, Friday, right? And the Zohar says specifically that it says in the 600th year of the life of Noach, the waters of heaven, the windows of heaven opened up. So from here we learn the Zohar says that in 1840, right, which is 5,600, which is the 600th year of the 6th millennium, the windows of heaven opened up. What is that? That is the Messianic light will begin to come down in tremendous surge, right? And what is that? That is the Industrial Revolution that changed mankind, right? That became the unbelievable flow, right? 1840, Michael Faraday, industrialization.
There's another concept that with the beginning of 1240, it is mapped with the Ark of the Covenant when the temple was around, the first temple. And there was an energy that came, there was a singularity point that took place with energy above the ark, between the cherubim. And there was a very fine energy line that flowed out of the Holy of Holies, and as so many cubits. Is it cubits, or I forgot the measuring, the actual measuring unit, but so many units of distance. And as it was coming out of the Holy of Holies and into the next chamber, the energy flow diameter increased. And it was a very fine line and very fine, like fiber. And it went out of the inner chamber and then into the courtyard where there was the slaughtering of the animals. And that fiber became thicker, right? More of a flow. And then as it went to the gates of the temple, it was thicker. And then every so many X amount of distance, thousands, a thousand whatever units, I forgot the name of the units. I don't know if it's a cubit or if it's I don't remember how to look it up. But the thing is that there's an X amount of distance, and that energy flow became thicker and thicker until it was like a flow of water. And this energy is like the flow became more and more dense. And the farther out you went from the temple, this energy flow would get deeper and deeper as it came out. So what happened, what basically is that it's finally controlled by the Kohanim in the Holy of Holies. And then it emerges as a larger energy force, less dense, more diffused, deeper, not so concentrated, very concentrated at the Holy of Holies, very fine, concentrated. But then it was able to kind of come out. And it's symbolic of the singularity of the Big Bang, where you had a singularity that had high density, and eventually when the Big Bang happened, then you had these different periods of time where matter was able to coalesce, different types of matter. Energy levels went down and different types of energy would start. So you had high energy, and then eventually it would cool down, and then you would have subatomic particles, and then atomic particles, and then eventually formation of matter and stars, and then over time, long distances of time, you have the formation of planets and solar systems, right? Before that, galaxies and all this, right? But the point here is that there is a singularity, and it kind of there's a diffusion, but it when it's diffusing, it takes a new type of form. Same thing during the temple times. There was an energy force that took place over the Holy of Holies, over the Ark of the Covenant, as a singularity point, and a fine line, a fine fiber came out and into the inner chamber, became thicker, and then as it went through the temple, it became a larger diameter, and then eventually the water of this energy became up to your ankle, and then another 1,000 whatever units, then it came up to your knee, and then this energy became deeper and deeper and deeper as you moved away from the source, which was the Holy of Holies. This energy, beginning of this energy, is the 1240 energy that he's talking about. It's being redone. And as time goes forward from 2040, you can see and how this energy starts to dissipate and allow for new knowledge to build on itself to the era that we're in right now.
Physics and so on all began around that time. So that is also very pivotal. And then that's the whole Industrial Revolution and so on. And then we come to probably one of the most important, and that is, remember, it's Friday, but 5,750, not too far back, 15 years ago, not 15 years ago. I mean, it's 35 years ago, right? That was the equivalent of, that's 1990 Chatzos. Chatzos is Friday of noon. Wow, that's incredible. Friday noon. Remember, Friday is the last day, and it's noon, which means the sun now begins to, right, turn west, to descend, never to rise again, because it's the end. It's right before Shabbos, right? And Shabbos is the year 6000. So therefore, what we see is Chatzos on Friday, which is 5750, which is 1990 or really 1989, right? Is midday of Friday when the sun sets.
And you got to remember, on the Jewish calendar, it's Rosh Hashanah. It's the start of the new year, and that's usually because it's solar. It's lunar. It depends on the month, which year during the years, but it's usually around September, sometimes October. Okay, so 1989 and 1990 straddled each other in a Jewish year, because it's from September of 1989 to September of 1990. So this is the reason why he's saying the 1990 is a pivotal point, or 89. Now, what's fascinating here is what happens in 1989. Or 1990.
You see,
89.
and that has to be incredibly significant. Was it? Unbelievable. If you recall, that was the end of communism, 1989 or whatever. It's the end of communism. Not only that, it's the beginning.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set up.
Okay, so the fall of the Berlin Wall was on November 9th, 1989. So it's already the new year, because it was Rosh Hashanah has already taken place. Now, how could that be? It's following the fib sequence. It's going all the way back to Adam. This is not a random thing. This is impossible for it to be random.
It's the beginning of the internet. Unbelievable amount of science and progress was made and so on. But what's probably more important, right, is it says the pasuk, the Ace Erev Ihyeh Or, the Navi, at the time of evening, the Ace Erev, at the time of evening, Ihyeh Or, there will be light. What does that mean, there will be light? That's Yemei HaMashiach, right? So what that pasuk is revealing to us, that the Messianic era is going to start after Chatzos of Friday, which means after 1989. That's when the Messianic light really will begin to emanate. And what do we find? From 1990, there are so many things that happen. Well, the one that I want to focus on is that was the rise of Yishmael, the lad, one of the three nations at the end of time, right? And that rise of Yishmael, if you remember, was the Accords with Israel, with Arafat, if you recall. What is interesting about Arafat, who was Arafat? Well, the gematria, the numerical value of the name Arafat is 751. That's what the numerical value is, 751 for Arafat. That is the exact gematria of Yishmael ben Avram. Arafat basically is a Gilgal of Yishmael ben Avram. Yishmael, the son of Avram. This gematria actually was revealed by Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, which is really fascinating and so on. And that really is the beginning of the rise of the Muslims that God wants to give them the last do and so on, you know. That's what happened. But there's something else that happened, which I mentioned a long time ago, you know. What does it mean? Not only that Arafat rose, the Arabs rose in significance, where they became a major force in the world, and they grow to this day. Look at all across the United States, right? Europe, they have become a major force in politics. The Muslims, the Arabs, and so on. You see, at the end of time, because at the end of time, they are one of the nations that take over, right? Remember I said that it has to happen, and that's why it started on Shmini Atzeres, that the Zohar has to be, or rather the Kedusha, the holiness, the sparks of holiness that the Jews it has to be restored to the Jews. And that begins the Messianic era, the transformation process, and so on. Therefore, at that point, something happened, which I once spoke about a long time ago, but now you see its relevance. The Sultan was depleted, right? He lost a tremendous amount of his yanika, of his nourishment that gives him power, because it always restored to the Jews, because of the 2,000 years of Jewish suffering, Jewish mitzvahs, Jewish Torah, and so on. He lost it. It went back to the Jews. 98% of the Nitzosei Kedusha, of the sparks of holiness, were restored to the Jews. Right. Which is incredible. So what happens? Let me tell you something very interesting. Now, we think that there are political forces going on here. Everybody, you have donors, you have rich people giving donors. People have no idea what they do, where God directs their money. What happened? Which is fascinating. If the Sultan is dying, he's one of the major forces in the entire universe creation. So what does he do, the Sultan? The Sultan needs Kedusha. He needs holiness to survive, to empower his agents. You see. So the Sultan became like a general. A general, imagine a general fighting a war, and he's losing, right? And he has only 1 week's worth of armaments left. That's it. So he only has 3 strategies to survive. The first strategy is the big bluff. He fires 6 days of firepower instead of 7 to bluff the enemy that he still has a tremendous amount of power, right? That's what he does, hoping to frighten the enemy that they'll sue for peace. That's what he does. But what happens if they don't submit? They still fight. So he has to go to the second strategy. And what is that? He sends dissidents, people into the enemy army to try to get them not to go to war with this general. And he does that.
Here's a 30-second bedtime ritual you can do to awaken your pineal gland. Did you know that your pineal gland's inability to connect with the universe stems from one single root cause?
Now,
that.
Now this is the point I was making about Owen. As individuals within the United States, or even at the world at large, are afraid to engage this issue and solve the problem by destroying the theocratic regime in Iran, the ones that want to be pacifists, they are a sound piece for Satan, because Satan is losing power and wants to convince people not to do this. The UN is a sound piece for Satan to prevent the ushering in of the Messianic era. They're negative Esau. When you look at it in the aggregate, it's negative Esau. Owen is wrong. I'm sure his heart's in the right spot, and he doesn't even understand what he's saying. But this is what's happening with the pacifists in the United States. They are part of negative Esau.
Is that? And they go in, try to tell them, no, make love, not war, and all this kind of stuff, right? They did in the Vietnam War and so on, right? And it doesn't work. So then he only has strategy number 3. What is strategy number 3? An ally. He needs to get new armaments because he only has a week left. In fact, he doesn't even have a week because he used it up in the first strategy. Imagine, he only has 3, he has to get an ally, more weapons and so on. Right? So what does he do? What happens if he can't get an ally? Then he's finished. Well, that's exactly what the Southern did. But the third strategy has enormous repercussions. So the first strategy, called the Great Bluff, where he tried to frighten the enemy that he still has tremendous amount of firepower, even though it's only 6 days worth of firepower. That's one of the ideas of the Holocaust, was going to try to get not one nation, but the entire world, right? The whole Axis powers, Germany and Italy and all the rest of Europe and so on, all those people that hate the Jews and so on, including America, tragically. Roosevelt, who refused entry of the Jews and so on, and so many newspapers, the New York Times, that allied with the Germans and so on, Imagine they said nothing about what was happening. The Holocaust, to bluff the Jews. Why? His objective wasn't to kill the Jews, because what does he get from killing the Jews? He only gets the sparks of holiness, power, right, if he gets them to sin. So he was hoping that they would give up on God and say, forget about it, it's over with. If God is subjecting to this, then he has abandoned us, and therefore they would resort to sin. That's what he was hoping for. But what happened? It worked to some extent. Unfortunately, tragically, there were many Jews that did leave the fold, but there are many Jews that had enormous, what's called Messias Nefesh, self-sacrifice, and they stuck to the mitzvahs of God. So he failed. So what does he do? He has to go to the second strategy called dissidence. But who? So he marshaled his true soldiers, the Erev, right? Those Jews that want to discount the Torah, that the Jews are basically a nation, true, but a secular nation. Their identity does not lie in the Torah, so drop the Torah. You see, who are they? It's the Erev and so on. So he formed Israel. Who are they? The Erev, the Zionists, who only believe in a secular state called Israel and to imitate other nations. Forget about religion. And we all know what happened at the beginning, where they took away Jews, so many Jews from their religion and so on. So he was hoping that that would destroy Israel. The Jews themselves, right? And they did. They took away so many different Jews and so on. But ultimately, he failed. Not only that, not only Zionists, but also the Reformed, the Conservative, the Reconstructionists, the Haskalah, secularists, and so on. He tried to use them all to destroy their allegiance to the Torah itself. But he failed. So what does he do now? He's dying because he needs the sparks of holiness, right? So who does he go to? Well, who's he go to? He's the only one that can collect the holiness of the Jew if they sin. Nobody else can. And he's the one that doles it out to everybody else. Right? But the truth is, there is one nation that can take the Kedusha directly from God and not have to go to the Sultan. Who's that? That is the Muslims, Islam. Why? Because Avraham Avinu said, when God said that Yishmael, that Yitzchak would be the one to carry on the name of Judaism and not Yishmael. So Avram Avinu said, "Who Yishmael Yichle Lefanecho, Alavai Yishmael should live before you," which means that he should live before you and not have to derive his power from who? From the Satan. God said, "Okay, I have heard your voice." So therefore, Yishmael, if they are righteous, if they do good, they take down Kedusha, right? But they cannot do tikkun to the Bria. They cannot rectify creation, but they can take down Kedusha directly from God, the Shekhinah, and not from the Satan. So therefore, the Satan goes over to Sar Shel Yishmael, to the angel of Yishmael, right? Because he's the one in charge.
For anyone struggling with high blood sugar, do not drink cold water. Did you know type 2 diabetes is a completely reversible condition? You may not know this, but the biological reason why people struggle with type 2 has nothing to do with how many carbs or
right? Because he's the one in charge. And he says, "Listen, I'm dying. I need your power, right? Give me some of your power to survive." So the Sar Shel Yishmael says something very interesting. He says, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll give you some of my Kedusha so you can survive. But there's a deal here." What's the deal? The deal is that my guys have to be the top, not yours. Until now, you've made Edom, Esav, right? The chief of Edom, right? Oh no, I want my guy Yishmael to be the head of Edom, right? And did the Sultan agree? Of course he agreed. He said, "Yes, okay, that I will allow your guy Yishmael be the chief, not my Edom." Wow, it's incredible. So what happened as a result? So that's why he made somebody who really is a Muslim. Who's that? Obama. Did you ever notice what went on with Obama is miraculous? He was hardly a senator for a couple of months. How did he become president? Not only that, he's black. Now, harder was for a black person to become a president. Not only that, he won both houses. Incredible that he was able to win both houses, which gave him enormous power. You see, because that's the deal that the Sultan made with the Malach, the angel of Yishmael, the chief, the prince of Yishmael, that I want my guy to be the guy. And that was Obama. Obama is really a representation of Yishmael, Muslims. And now you know why he bowed before the king of Saudi Arabia. That's really who he is. Let's see. So he was president for 2 terms, which is incredible, because he had to deal with the Sar Yishmael, that you want my power, then you need to put my guy in charge. And he was. The first thing he did was go to Egypt and make that speech that we will be behind you and so on. Explains his behavior, and that's why his whole cabinet, that's why his whole government.
Now remember, Egypt was the first of the nations out of the 8 that he talked about earlier.
Is Muslim. If you think about that, we have no idea how many Islamic guys invaded his government. Tremendous,
It's very, I'll tell you, there are a lot of people on social media that try to demonize the Freemasons. You don't understand what the fuck is going on. It's not the Freemasons. It has nothing to do with it. It's not, it's It's this. It's the soul roots. And Satan has attached himself to Esau, and Esau's dying, right? And there's the split of the soul roots. And he's trying to attach himself to nefarious aspects of Ishmael. And all of these truthers think they know what they're talking about, and many of these truthers are pacifists, and they're gonna, I'll tell you, they're gonna miss the boat. They're gonna miss the boat. They don't understand what's going on.
People, because he's a Muslim. That's why. But in order to make sure that he would continue, right? So his guy, Biden, became his third term. That's really who Biden was. Really. His third term. Because the deal that the Sultan made with the angel of Ishmael included the third term. And therefore he became a tremendous representation of Islam. And we see how many times, how much money did he give to Iran? How much money did he give to Iran? And nobody understood what in the world is going on. How many people did he have who are behind Iran in his administration, right, during his term? Hey, he was a carbon copy of Obama and so on. You see, that was the deal, all from the fact that the Sultan is dying, because in the end of time, it has to happen that the Sultan dies, but not yet. Sultan is a very, very intelligent angel. And unfortunately, he made a deal with Ishmael. And now you understand why Islam is the name. He gave his name, Samuel, Ishmael. He actually gave them his name, right? He is now identified with the Muslims, not with their doing, although I'm sure he's still with their doing. But the chief now is Islamic and so on. And that's why they have achieved so much unbelievable political power, political ascendancy.
This makes sense with what's going on with London and their, I guess they call it mayor, Muslim, seeing Muslim infiltration that's taking place in the politic in the United States. He's not wrong with this. See, what's happening is there's like Ishmael has like a piece of it that is splitting off and merging with Esau. And the reason why this is happening is that Ishmael had a lineage before even Jacob and Esau were born. Then Jacob and Esau are born as twins, and Jacob gets the blessing, Esau doesn't. And then he goes off and his lineage starts to marry with Ishmael. So there is an Ishmael line that's pure. And then there is a line of Ishmael and Esau. And this is where it gets a little confusing. Who is Satan attached to? It's really the negative side of Esau that it's attached to, but that negative side of Esau has part of an Ishmael lineage.
And so on, right? And we're talking about what? We're talking about the money that people give Hamas and Hezbollah. I mean, just incredible. Iran, where do they get this hatzlocho, this success? And you're looking at it, this is what's behind the political forces and so on, This is what's happening, was happening so far. But something happened, which is interesting. Let's go back to the creation calendar. And this is now
Tesla's stock is crashing. The headlines say Elon's empire is collapsing. But what if they're all dead wrong? Tech Insider.
And this is now what we are seeing. We have now come up to what is happening now. But it started already, you see, when? Let's take a look at the creation calendar. Shesh, 6 hours in Friday, which is 1990 or September 1989, whatever, and so on, you know. This is the turnaround. This is where the sun begins to set, and the Arab Shabbos takes on tremendous amount of importance. That's when you really begin to set up for Shabbos and so on. Therefore, the Messianic era must begin in earnest, you see. But what's interesting about Chatzos, midday, that it doesn't begin. Because, for instance, we daven mincha after the Erev, in the afternoon, we wait a half hour. We wait for the sun to incline a slight amount, a half hour, where its shadow now is on the other side. It's not in the center of the, you know, it's on the other side and so on, you know. It's called Shesh v'chetzi, 6.5 hours. Or it's called 12:30, which is 6 hours in the day plus a half hour. So Shesh v'chetzi means 6.5 hours, which is 12:30. That's when the messianic light really begins to come down, right? And so on.
So
when is
this
that?
energy that was starting to come out from 1240 is starting to increase as the years go by in the 5,000 year epoch. And this 6:30 p.m. is an important feature where there's an additional increase in energy. Or a diffusion, or a depth, an emergence of depth.
And that is the Ace Erev year, or at the time of evening, there will be light. There you are. That's the Aschalta de Geula. That is the beginning of redemption. The things will really happen. Did that happen? Yes, it happened. Right. Remember, just follow the calendar. Right? Unfortunately, most people never heard of this calendar, but it's incredible how accurate it is. You know, after 12:30, it could happen anytime. You know, it just depends on different forces coming to play. But in the year 1211 or 1212 is 1250. 50 minutes after 12 o'clock.
When he's saying 1212, he means 2012.
Right, on Friday, which means that we in 2011 are now in the time period on the creation calendar or creation clock or whatever, right? 1250, 1211. Now we're much further ahead, but at that point in time, what happened on the 1211 or 1212? Two pivotal things. Remember, Yishmael must fall. And the same thing with Obama, same thing with the United States. This is what happened. Yishmael ran out of Kedusha. Not just Edom or the Sutton. Yishmael, because even they only have a limited amount depending on their acts. But if they act like barbarians, terrible people, Rishon Gemurim, right? And what are we looking at? ISIS. Who are we looking at in 1211 or 1212? We're looking at ISIS. We're looking at the terrorists. We're looking at the Arabs. Are they out of their mind, what they're doing to the entire world, right? And so on. We're looking at the evil of Iran and so on. Well, apparently, at that time, which is approximately 12:50 p.m., right? They ran out of Kedusha, or very little. So Yishmael is dying. Now, it doesn't mean that they will disappear. It means that the evil of Yishmael will disappear. Right. That Yishmael itself now must change to be more righteous, to be more good. Right. So what happened? Well, do you
So
remember that?
Ishmael is aligning with Jacob as the evilness is starting to abate. Ishmael is aligning with Jacob. In Esau, negative is dying. So there's an alignment. Now you got the pacifists in the United States that don't even realize that they're actually negative Esau. They're part of Obama.
I think it was 1211, Tunisia rebelled. That's when the Arab Spring happened. It was a revolution, an insurrection against many Arab countries. If you recall, Tunisia, Lebanon, and so on, that was the beginning because they were losing power. Unico, right? That was the beginning of the collapse of the Arab nations, the Arab Spring, right, in 1212. You see, so they were collapsing, which is absolutely fascinating and so on, That's number one. So they're going.
So how would you purify water in case of a blackout? Oh, I boil it. Boiling kills bacteria, but it doesn't remove contaminants. Plus, it takes a long time. In an emergency, we need it.
So they're going. It's the second one, and I mentioned this, what's very interesting, okay, is what launched Trump. And Trump is a messianic figure. Most people don't know this story, so I will tell you the story. It's pretty fascinating, There was I think it was the Associated Press, was one of the dinners, and apparently it was a dinner where you ridicule people, whatever they call it, the roast, so on. So Obama got up and he roasted Trump. He made him look like an absolute fool, right? And Trump was tremendously embarrassed. I mean, we know, Trump is a very dignified person, so he's not going to tolerate this. And he doesn't see himself in any way inferior, obviously, to Obama, So here you have a guy roasting Trump, right? And it was reported that Trump said to himself, what do I have to take this for? Why can't I be president? And he was right, Of course, everybody looked at him. You'll be president? Are you kidding? What do you have to do with the presidency? You have absolutely no political experience whatsoever, and so on. But that was the beginning of Trump's thinking to run for presidency. And that's exactly what he did. In 1215, he went down that escalator. On June 15 or 16, he went down that famous escalator and he announced that he's running for president. And everybody was shocked, right? Of course, nobody thought he could do it, right? Especially he's running against Hillary Clinton, one of the most famous women in the world and so on, and whatever. And he won. Why? Because he is, I've said many times, he is Asa doing tshuva. He is Asa doing tshuva, doing repentance. That's what he really is, and so on. In fact, I said the gematria of Donald Trump is gematria Mashiach ben David. Exactly. Not that he is Mashiach ben David, but he is part of that team that will redeem mankind. But what was absolutely astounding, right? It was Obama that launched him. What a fool. He's the one who got him to run. And of course, he beat. He beat Obama and Hillary and the Democrats. And that was the beginning of the evil of Esau. Right. And there you have the fall of Ishmael, which began with the Arab Spring right at that time. Again, after 1230, 1250, right? That's the fall where Ishmael runs out of holiness. They run out of power. And therefore, that's when all the insurrections began. That's when Obama and Biden and of course, Harris and so on, that's when they fell. That's when the Democratic Party fell and so on, you know? So what happened is, this is the fall. We are looking at the fall of the evil of Esau, which is the United States, right, basically. And they are being destroyed, right? We are witnessing that and so on, you know? And that has been continuing. Trump won, and I mentioned why Trump lost, because I don't want to go into it again. You'd have to listen to the shit and so on. But ultimately, everybody won, you know. Just as an aside, which is really very important, you know, the United States has committed a terrible deed legally, because they know, and it's very important for themselves, but I don't know if they have the wisdom.
Let me plug a couple of products here, but he's got a great point that's coming up. But it's important to keep in mind that in the United States, there's a battle that's taking place, just like there's a battle that's taking place within Israel. And that is, you have secularism in Israel that's not willing to follow the edicts of the Torah. And in the United States, there's a pacifism, a self-centeredness that will lead to the downfall of the country. And coupled with that is this erosion of God, country, and family. Now, I take the perspective that the United States will win out in the end, where the positive Esau and Jacob within the population of the United States will outweigh the negative population of Esau. And I think that Israel will, the ones that follow Torah principles, will win out versus the ones that don't. Now, if the other way happens, where the secular movement within Israel prevails and the pacifists prevail in the United States, we're seeing the fall of Israel and the fall of the United States. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. But you're seeing, like Bannon, he wants to be a pacifist. You know, he doesn't want to go in and solve the Iranian issue. Well, you're negative Esau. Bannon is negative Esau.
To go after it, you know, and it's something worthwhile. You know, if a president does something unconstitutional, then that is illegal. Not only is it illegal,
let me plug in a couple. Let me plug a couple products here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 helps to prevent the red blood cells from overclotting. Also, omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, and omega-3 helps to improve your lipid profile. By taking omega-3 every day, you're improving your cardiovascular health. Super important to take every day. And clarity factor. Clarity factor gets rid of brain fog. It allows you to concentrate on tasks at work or at school or even just at home. Take it every day, and it's going to help to improve your memory. It helps to support memory. And by getting neurotransmitters to fire more readily, being able to concentrate is going to produce a microenvironment that leads to better neuroplasticity. And when you have better neuroplasticity, your memory improves and you think faster. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the clarity factor. Super important to take every day, no matter what your age is. And I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we developed these deodorants. They are made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Get the peppermint, lavender, or tea tree, or citrus. They have no aluminum and no baking soda, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's a dual purpose product. It's for males and females. You use it as a deodorant every day, and it'll help to detoxify your body every day. So please get a couple bars for your household. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It focuses on improving your cardiovascular health, your brain function, your musculature, boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. Super important to take every day. You get a big scooper, take it once a day for breakfast or for lunch. It's a great way to lose weight and to get the nutrients you need. You'll notice that within 72 hours that you can concentrate better, gets rid of brain fog. You're gonna have lots of energy throughout the whole day. Your vitality will increase. Your metabolism will increase. You're gonna start noticing losing weight safely. And not only that, you're helping with your brain function and your musculature. It's a great way to improve your health. It's very powerful. Take one scoop a day, every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Cool, because it's unconstitutional. If you honor that law, you make a mockery of the Constitution, and that is the beginning of the destruction of the country. Biden was obviously demented. Obviously, he could never run a country like the United States in his state. So the question is, who is making the decisions? It clearly wasn't him, because he does not have the mental capacity. But if it wasn't him, it's obvious. To any 10-year-old would be obvious. You can't make a decision based to run a country as complicated. So obviously somebody else is making the decisions. Literally. Who? But the real thing is that
this is the fastest proven way that actually removed my eye bags and wrinkles. People don't believe I'm 65 anymore, and my friends are convinced I secretly had a facelift.
But the real thing is that, wait a minute, he's the only one that can do it legally. Constitutionally, nobody else can do it. And if they do it, it's illegal. It's invalid. That's the law. So the United States knows that. They know that a great deal of their laws were made illegally, and they are invalid according to the Constitution. So how do you allow it to stand? This has to be investigated because it's a fundamental stab in the back to the United States legal system. You see, that is a potential devastation to the United States rule. It is. And that maybe that's why they don't want to investigate it. But they have to. This is a major scandal. And those people that allowed these other people to run the country illegally and the laws were invalid must be arrested, right? They committed treason. That's exactly what treason is, you see. I just mentioned this because this is a major scandal that can create enormous problems for the previous administration because they have done a tremendous amount of evil. There is so much pain and suffering that they have given the American people. It's just incredible how the Congress, which itself is at fault, has allowed them to get away with it. How do you allow 20 million people, illegal immigrants? They're all illegal. That's the law. So how do you do nothing? Okay, now Trump is trying to deport. But how did Congress allow the president to commit a heinous deed by illegally allowing criminals? Not only were they illegally coming in, they were incredible criminals. People died because of Biden's criminality. They died. Go ask the person who's dead How do you feel about dying for Biden's criminality? What do you have to say? The guy would say, what do you mean what I have to say? I'm going to stand in front of God and condemn Biden for what he did. It's a mockery of justice, right? Who knows what the United States will do? You know, I'll vie there should be justice in this country. But whatever it is, there are major flaws and there are major acts of guilt and crime that the United States has perpetrated. Congress and the Supreme Court, and it's just incredible what they do. When they interact, when they decide to interact, even though the countries fall apart and so on, you know, it's hard to believe that there actually is a justice system. This whole country has displayed an unbelievable mockery of justice, which God hates. But in any case, without getting into that, America really is dying because they've lost their Kedusha, because Yishmael has lost their Kedusha. The Satan was taken from Yishmael. Yishmael is gone. Look at Yishmael. They're being destroyed. You have any idea? How do you think Israel wiped out Hamas? How do you think they wiped out Hezbollah, which had a formidable army? How are we watching the incredible success, even though they are suffering and so on, you know, with Iran and so on? Because Yishmael is finished. That's why they have lost the sparks of holiness. Therefore, they are falling, right? How do you think the Abraham Accords happened? You think it was the pleasure and the goodness of Saudi Arabia? Of course not. It's because they don't have the power anymore to resist the change, in some way to repent, and so on. All of this is heavily directed and so on, you see. That's what you're watching, the fall of Yishmael, that started on Shmini Atzeres, which is fascinating, and so on. And you see it, that from 1211, it started, right? And then you see the fall of Edom, the fall of Obama and Biden started on, I think it was 1212, with that dinner and so on, which is the introduction of a messianic figure. Why? Because the sparks of holiness that were captured by the evil of Esau, who are they? Obama.
The quickest way to clear out stuck poop can't go, do this to clear out stuck poop fast. On June 17th in 2019,
Who are they? Obama, Biden, the Democratic Party, the liberals, the DEI, all these guys. What they've done is destroyed their immorality, the morality of America. That's what they've done, you see. And it's all dying, you know. I mean, what they've done in the last 15 years is horrendous, is heinous and so on, you know. The criminality, the corruption, the immorality, right, you know. And that's why you're looking, by the way, at the LA fires. God says enough is enough. And he's burning down a lot of Los Angeles and so on. And not only that, he's giving success to evil people, incompetent people. You know, that's what he's doing. These people who lead Los Angeles and so on, they're insane and they're incompetent, you know. And that's why you're witnessing tremendous rise in anti-Semitism, because when the Satan is dying, he's trying to get the Goyim to go against the Jews, because the Jews will be frightened and they'll assimilate with the Goyim. All of this has a logic to it and so on, you see. So there's tremendous amount of anti-Semitism rising all around the world. And that is why you see New York deteriorate. It's just incredible to watch New York, that is one of the greatest cities on earth, just flounder and collapse. I mean, just incredible. The incompetence of the mayor, the governor, the legislature. They just enacted a law that physicians-assisted suicide is permitted. Imagine, that means a doctor can help somebody kill himself. That's murder. Really, who are you to permit that? And so on, that is murder. The life that you have is not yours. This is the collapse of New York, right? And there's some guy running, I forgot his name, whatever. Anyway, he's a socialist. If he becomes mayor of New York, forget about Cuomo, who's a murderer. It's just unbelievable who's running for mayor. You know, it's like a cavalcade of criminals or incompetence or insane people. You know, if they win, you know, then it's over for New York. The only one who could save New York, as far as I'm concerned, is Curtis Sliwa. You know, I don't know him. I've never met him, but he's the only one because he has a strong element of righteousness. Right. And he's level-headed, a lot of common sense. He's the only one that can reverse New York. Will New York save New York? Of course not. Of course they won't save that. And New York always makes the worst mistakes. They commit suicide all the time. You know, they need psychiatric care because they keep killing themselves. And with Hochul, with Eric Adams, and so on, and now they want to put a murderer, some guy who's a narcissistic megalomaniac called Andrew Cuomo. It's just incredible what goes on in New York and so on. But listen, why? Where's God behind all this? Yes, God is saying, well, you have no more Kedusha left. Your angel is finished, right? You have no merit anymore. You know, I'm not going to save you when you're doing so much destruction. That's why New York is dying, right? That's why LA is dying. And those are the two most famous cities in the United States, in the world, and so on, right? So you are watching that. So look at that. On Shmini Atzeres, what are you looking at? The collapse of Yishmael, right? That's what you're looking at. That God is coming up with his bargaining, right? The collapse of Paras, right? Of Persia, which is, of course, Yishmael. The collapse of the United States. Who? Not the good part of the United States, the evil part of the United States. The ones that have destroyed the US. You know, if you're really honest with yourself, right, and stop catering to the crazies, right, you realize they destroyed the civilization, the morality, the dignity, the greatness of the United States, right? That's what they destroyed. And America is gung-ho on still putting in Harris or some other crazy, incompetent lunatic and so on. It's just unbelievable what goes on in this country. And that's all because they are losing their Kedusha, because Yishmael, the Arab.
Losing your train of thought mid-sentence, walking into a room and forgetting why. It's easy to blame stress, lack of sleep, or aging. But what if that's not the
because Yishmael.
This is what I mean by the erosion of society where you don't have God, country, and family. See, the liberals in the United States, they're eroding the three pillars. When you don't have God, country, and family in your ethos, you don't have a functioning society. Now, I still am bullish on America because I think the good side will prevail, and the ultra liberals will eventually eat themselves, and they'll die off, you know, politically. But the thing is the United States is going through a tumultuous time, and Owen Schroyer represents that. He's, you know, in a strange way, he is aligned with Harris. It's just that on the surface, it doesn't seem that way. On the surface, he seems to be polar opposites. And in many ways, he is on the surface. But when it comes to being a pacifist and not solving the problem, and is willing to kick the can down the road even further, and not realizing that we're moving into a very spiritual era, and being a pacifist is not going to help the situation. And most likely you'd be punished if you're a pacifist. He's aligned himself with the negative soul root of Esau. Harris is part of that. Obama's part of that. You know, if the rabbi's right, there is this also this Ishmael aspect, negative part of Ishmael. But I think that's because of the merging of families between Esau and Ishmael. But let's not get overly complicated with this. But the point here is Owen has aligned himself with pacifists. Now, America First policy is important to project, but it's also blessings have responsibility. And the United States is a blessed nation, and we have the responsibility to align itself with Jacob.
The Muslims have lost their Kedusha. This is what's happening. So in many ways, that's good news, right? And that's what Israel has to go through to fight all of this and so on, you know, to try to restore. And hopefully Trump will be able to reverse the damage and the enormous shame and destruction of civilization that these people have done. Before I end, however, I want to mention one thing which is very interesting. You see, there was something standing in the way. Whenever the Jews sin, it always stands as an obstacle to a merit that they should get. But God dismissed, which is thank God for that. This Friday, there was supposed to be a parade, the Gay Pride Parade, and it was canceled. Thank God for that, because that would have invited a terrible disaster. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Israel is being punished by being subjected to death at the hands of Iran, you know, because they wanted to have that Gay Pride Parade. But thank God it was prevented. So fortunately, that did not stand to impede the success of the Jews, you know, against Iran, because they need all the merits that they can get, which is very important. But there's one thing I want to mention before I sign off. Trump is making a tremendous mistake. Look, he's a very intelligent person, you know, and I do not come to criticize him, his personality or his character and so on, but I do criticize his decision. He doesn't understand something. Peace is a value, tremendous value. That's true. You always want peace. But there's a time that peace, that war is peace. And there's a tremendous mitzvah, merit, to go to war. And he is making a mistake. What does that mean? I will tell you. There's evil in...
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. You know, I don't waste time, and I definitely don't waste money. I joined Start Engine as a strategic advisor and a shareholder.
There's evil and there's evil. There are people, we all do evil of some sort. We all sin, we know that. But we do it, okay, we do it to a single person, you know, a group of people, whatever it is, we insult somebody, we shame somebody, we speak lashon hara about somebody, okay. But then there are people that their whole character structure is evil. Iran is not just an evil nation. It is a nation that will destroy civilization because of their religion. Look, you want to be religious, you want to be a Muslim, fine, okay, then do it. That's what you want to believe in, okay. You know, I respect what you want to believe in. I may not believe in it, but I respect your ability and your right to believe. Fine, okay. But where do you get the right, the nerve to kill people because they don't agree with you? Let God judge them. That's all. If you hold they're wrong, then God will hold that they're wrong. He will talk to them, whatever, and he will convict them. Fine. It's his world. It's his creation. Let him take over. Where do you get the right to kill them? Them, their wives, their kids, their entire life. Where do you get the right to do this? Because he doesn't believe what you believe. You want to try to convince him? Fine. Okay. But you can't kill the guy and destroy him because he doesn't hold like you. Do you have any idea what kind of evil that is? Terrible. What Iran has been doing since 1979, since Khomeini took over, is destroying part of the world. Do you have any idea how much fear, terror, death, suffering has been done by Iran since 1979? The death of one person can never be justified by Iran, let alone the wholesale slaughter of people. You know? Therefore, they are not merely an evil. They are an incredible cancer that is destroying civilization. If they get a nuclear weapon, it's over for civilization. Because then not only will they use it, which of course we know they will, because they hold that the only way the 12th Imam, Shiites believe, can come is if the world is destroyed. Excuse me, what? That's what they believe. So therefore they have to use the bomb. But it's not only them. Every proxy is going to use it. Everybody's going to want a bomb to protect themselves against Iran. You have any idea what it is if Hamas has a bomb, Hezbollah, whatever's left of them, the Houthis, right? All the other Islamic nations that hate Israel? This world will turn into an inferno, right? Why? Because Iran cannot have the bomb. You know, it's the end of civilization. It's what's called an end game. That's what it's called. So what do you mean we want peace? Well, I'm a peace guy. I don't want a war with Iran. I hate to say, what is wrong with you? You have any idea what kind of a mitzvah it is to destroy the Moors? To destroy Iran? To save the world from untold misery? It's an unbelievable mitzvah that God will thank you and reward you profusely. So how could you say what Trump should do is he should join Israel, not just give Israel weapons and be part of the mitzvah. And you will destroy the evil from your midst. Right? And all the nation will see. This is in the Torah. All the nation will see and hear that destruction of evil. And they will no longer do this evil. This is a commandment by God, because God does not want his world destroyed. So what does it mean to make peace with Iran? What does that even mean? These are murderers. These are people that want to kill you if you don't believe. They want to kill Israel. They want to wipe out every Jew. Why? What did Israel do to them? Did the UN, who is enjoined to stop any nation from wanting to kill a member nation? Where are they? How do they allow Iran to threaten Israel when it is illegal for any nation of the UN to threaten another nation, member nation? They say nothing. I don't even want to be around. You know, who wants to be 1,000,000 miles from the UN when God comes after them for the mockery that they have made of world peace? So my question is, where is Trump? What do you mean you want peace? Well, you don't negotiate with Iran. Don't you understand what Islam is? You can't negotiate with Islam. Where's your common sense? There's certain things that will never change, and you know that. So you want to give them a war?
Here's a 30-second bedtime ritual you can do to awaken your pineal gland. Did you know that your pineal gland's inability to connect with the universe stems from one single root cause?
So you want to give them a warning just to be fair? Okay, but that's it. You give them a warning and that's it. You go after them. You join Israel in destroying not an enemy of Israel, but the enemy of mankind, right? The enemy of the world. You're looking at God's civilization, and you will have the merit of having brought true peace by war to the world. In fact, it'll be one of the greatest moments of peace ever known when you take out Iran. Because the world will look and see, wow, the US doesn't tolerate chicanery, fraud, imposter. They don't, you threaten the world, you want to do evil. Evil is one thing, destruction is another. And we will not allow that. That's really what the US should say. Why are you warring with Afghanistan? They do things. People will always, nations will always war with each other. But each war has a rationale behind it. How destructive is it to civilization? Iran isn't just destructive to civilization. Like I say, it's destructive to the entire planet. They get the bomb, it's over.
All right.
Get that through your head.
Yes, Owen Schroyer, pay attention to the rabbi. I'm telling you, stop being a pacifist. Get on the field and support the movement of eliminating nuclear capability with Iran. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 14, Max 35, or Cleanse. Cleanse is 35 parts per million, Max 14 is 14 parts per million, and Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, every day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds or so, and then swallow. And that will help with your oral cavity, help with the health of your oral pharynx, help with the mucosal barrier, and help with the health of the epithelial lining. Very important to boost up your immune system. Take it every day. I've been doing this protocol for 5 years every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day, and then go back to your maintenance dose when you start to feel better. But take it every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
It's over. They cannot change. They will not change. Why? Because it's their identity. They're nobody without a bomb. And you know that. There used to be somebody with Hezbollah. There used to be somebody with Hamas, with the Houthis, whatever. They used to feel like somebody because that's the only way they can get an ego. All right. Now that Israel is taking it out miraculously, and that shows you that the sparks of holiness are gone from Yishmael. How do you think they did this miracle? Was it their brilliant military acumen, the pages?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Owen Schroyer is not paying attention. There's a blessing that's taking place right now on the United States and on Israel. But if people are starting to be pacifists, even in Israel, that blessing is going to go away and shit's going to hit the fan. And people don't understand, if you've had blessing in your life and then all of a sudden that blessing goes away, bad things happen. There's a big storm happening right now in New York. So the reality of the situation is you can't be a pacifist. You have to try to do the best that you can and, move forward and just, trust in this concept of God, country, and family. All right. But understand that we are where we're at in the United States because of a blessing. If that blessing turns away, if that blessing is removed, the United States is going to fall. being a pacifist is in these other, crazy liberal aspects of the society is going to be the downfall of the country. Now, Owen Schroyer isn't aligned with, the ultra liberalism. He's against it. But the thing is that he's aligned himself with the soul root of Esau, negative. And being a pacifist and not knocking out Iran and decapitating the Ayatollah is only kicking the can down the road to a point where we're actually going to see our hegemonic power be diminished. If Iran had a bomb, what the hell would the United States do? The United States is only willing to bomb these facilities because Israel actually knocked out its defense capability, Iran's defense capability. So in a strange way, Trump and our Defense Department has been a bit, a little scared to act. Well, stop being scared and just move forward and lead. But Owen Schroyer, he's going to say that you don't want to fall into the warmongering of Netanyahu. It has nothing to do with Netanyahu. This thing was written down 2,000 years ago. What the hell is going to happen? And we think that what's happening in the United States is not due to the blessing that we have, that all of this prosperity is just because we're special. No, it's because we were blessed.
The way they took out the Muslims and God, this is God. This is not just man, right, and so on.
And this is
so
this right here. This is why I kept on saying that Scott Ritter was wrong when he was, doing his podcast about Israel and the incursion in Gaza and the incursion in Lebanon and Syria and knocking out Hezbollah and all this. He kept on saying Israel was going to fall. Israel's going into, a major quagmire. Did it happen? No, didn't happen. You know why? Because there's something different that happened on October 7th. Now, when you're looking at it from a spiritual lens, from the soul root lens, we're actually going through the redemption process. Who said that redemption was like immediate? No one said that. Redemption is an emergent. It emerges. There may be redemption of an individual, but at a societal level, this is going to emerge, right? Totally. Just like the economists missed out on what was really going on with the economy, and they said the tariffs are going to destroy the economy, blah 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 blah. It didn't happen. All these military experts saying that Israel was going to fail. It didn't happen. You know why? Because the Ribby said in the 1980s, don't be fearful, don't be hubris, and don't listen to the international community. That's all you got to do, and you will be victorious. Very simple. But all of the military experts saying that Israel was going to fail. 2.5 years, we saw the fall of Gaza and Hamas. We saw the fall of Syria and Hezbollah. And we're literally seeing within probably days, maybe weeks, the fall of the Ayatollah. And all of those military experts like Scott Ritter were fucking wrong. We're wrong. I'm telling you, when a nation has the blessing of God, anything can happen.
It's because Iran is collapsing. Ishmael is collapsing. You see. So how do you allow? Well, there are certain nations you have to
avoid these foods to avoid dark spots. Good. Kiwi. Kiwi fruits are packed with polyphenols that can actually help dark spots fade. But if you really want maximum benefit out of a kiwi, eat it the way I do, with the peel on. Bad mango. Now, mangoes have a lot of vitamin C, which is good for skin.
Well, there are certain nations you have to take out and say, listen, you want to do evil That's up to you, what you think is evil. Okay, every nation does things that are bad for it. Okay, we cannot interfere. We're not the cops of the world. But when you threaten an entire region and you threaten the fabric of civilization itself, we are not going to allow you to destroy this planet. Who are you anyway? Who are you? You're a bunch of nobodies. You want to worship your religion? Fine, do so. But don't threaten civilization. Don't threaten my ability to live. That's what Trump should say. And he should get off his high horse of high merit and so on. Because it really, that's what he's talking about. It's a mitzvah gemura. It's a complete mitzvah to wipe out Iran. And I don't mean the people of Iran. Because they're people. They want to live like everybody else. I mean, the mullahs, they will destroy. And who are they? They're nobodies, basically, right? They decide on your life. What do they get a right to decide on your existence? Who are they? Anyway, like I said, and so on. So what he should do, if he was smart, is go in with Israel and wipe them out.
Yep.
And he could do it in 1 day or 3 days flat.
Yep.
All right. And he will teach the world what the fear of righteousness is, and so on. I have this to say, even though I hate to say it, because I hold very much from Trump and so on. I hold he's a brilliant guy, and he really knows what he's doing. He's really great. But he is making a fundamental flaw, and I hold it's satanic driven, right? That he's driven by the Satan with this kind of idea. He's aiding and abetting one of the most evil regimes ever known in terms of the amount of mayhem and murder and torture that they do and that they've done, who they've killed in Iran. And not only that, it's more than that. They enslaved their entire world, nation. Iran is slaves. Why? Where did the mullahs get the right to enslave a country? What do they have? I think 90 million people? Where did they get the right to enslave 90 million people? I don't care what they believe. You know what kind of sin that is? 90 million people are slaves? For what? Where did they get the right for this? Who are they? So where are you? There are certain causes that you must do. And not only that, guess what? God is going to talk to you after 120 years. And believe me, you're not going to like the discussion, right? Because you had a chance to honor him and to honor world peace and to display some sort of real common sense righteousness. And you didn't. What do you think he's going to do? And believe me, he doesn't take bribes. And he couldn't care a whit if you were president of the United States. He expects you that have the power. In fact, that's why he gave you the power. Why do you think he saved you in Butler, Pennsylvania? To do what? To make America great? America's only one nation among 8 billion people. He cares for every person, not just for Americans. You know? So stop thinking, although you have an obligation to save America, which is true, because you're the president of America. But he doesn't only love Americans, he loves mankind in general. Not only the Jews, of course, but he loves mankind in general. So he saved your life to save his world, not just to save America. So why do you think that you only have to save America? Now, of course, you don't have to save everybody, that's true. And therefore, you are right that peace is required. And therefore, it requires you to try to negotiate, not start wars. But there are times that God says, you need to go to war. God says that. You see that in the Torah, that God commanded Israel to war with Amalek, right? So war is justified. And you will get a tremendous reward, and America will get the reward for destroying this type of evil. So please think about it. You were saved from Butler, Pennsylvania, to do God's work, not to save America. Although America is part of God's work, which is true. But think about it. You were saved to save the world, and you have the power. And you don't want to have to sit down with God and have a conversation with him. Where were you when I saved you from that bullet and I gave you the power of untold success? I saved you from every indictment. You have any idea what kind of miracle that is to get away from the entire array of the government forces to try to destroy you? It takes a God to save you from all those kinds of indictments, right? Why? Because I decide, God says, who lives, who is in power, and who will succeed. And I picked you to be an agent of salvation for my world. So you need to do the job. Get rid of them. Because not only will you save the world, you will save my chosen people, right? And you cannot even begin to imagine the reward that I have in store for them and for you and all those people that would aid and abet you to get rid of the evil. Be smart. You have an unbelievable, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do this. Please, for your sake, do it. Don't renege and don't, just lax off in terms of doing this great deed and so on, Go in with the Jews, wipe them out. And I don't mean the Iranian people. They have a right to a nation like every other nation. Get rid of the Muslims that want to destroy my world. Thank you.
All right. Now, there was as of this recording, I'm recording this on June 19th, Thursday at 1:52 p.m.
Let's start. So good morning, everybody. I'm Linda Feldman, Washington Bureau Chief.
All right. So June 19th at 1:52 p.m. New York time. And I just received a news announcement from the BBC stating Trump will decide on U.S. involvement in Israel-Iran conflict within 2 weeks, White House says. Donald Trump will decide on whether the U.S. gets directly involved in the Iran-Israel conflict within the next 2 weeks, the White House says. Press Secretary Leavitt tells reporters the U.S. president believes there is a substantial chance of negotiations with Iran in the near future. United States is being tested. If we fail this test and Iran Ayatollah isn't overthrown and the weapons development isn't destroyed, the United States is in peril, spiritually. And this is a big problem. Trump is failing right now. So I think that it's really important. It's really important to really think about the direction of the world in the next 4 weeks. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. C60 is a strong antioxidant. It's very potent. You can get it in avocado oil, in extra virgin olive oil, or in MCT coconut oil. C60 is going to soak up free radicals, help with your mitochondria, boost up the energy levels, the ATP energy levels in your cell and in your tissues. Your endocrine system and your immune system will improve. And by soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're going to reduce the chances of plaque formation. In addition, taking C60 will help with your neurons. It's going to help with the reducing stress in the neuron, help with the health of the myelin sheath. And by soaking up free radicals, it's reducing stress, helping with the health of the mitochondria in the neuron. So you're building up those neurotransmitters, and you'll have better neurotransmission, and the neurons will be communicating better, and you'll have better neuroplasticity over time. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout, and you'll soak up free radicals that you generate during your workout, and you'll recover quicker. But take a teaspoon a day, every day, and you will notice that you're aging slower. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and stack it with resveratrol, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor, boomer boost, turmeric, ashwagandha, and the lignans. There's lots of ways to stack this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my transmission. If you purchase $150 on my store, you get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5 and you save $5. All right. I've tried to bring the price points down the best that I can to get these supplements into your hands so you can stack these like I stack them to slow down the aging process. Hopefully you learned something. It's a different perspective. It is not the standard MAGA perspective. And I think that Trump delaying an attack on Iran is if he's delaying, it is the wrong policy. It's kicking the can down the road, and Iran should not have a window of opportunity to gain visible material for a nuclear weapon. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.